Hello. Hi. How you doing? Hi. Okay, but what if you took a series and make custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards for them? Salem, I'm so sorry, Salem. Wait, what do you mean? What if you took a series and make custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards for them? Now that sounds interesting. Now that sounds really interesting. I guess it is a possibility of thing that I could do. But yeah, it will take a long time, sadly. I should do that. I should do that. Alright. Yeah, let's just go to the Am I early today? No. If anything, I'm late. If anything, I feel like I'm late. But yeah, hello Simon, hello Fire again. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. Why is my thing not working right now? That's so weird. How's everyone doing? I just had my lunch and I was like, I don't feel satisfied. I don't know how else to put it. I just don't feel satisfied. I feel like I made a soup that wasn't strong enough. So I feel weird. Hello Laser, hello Cyberhorse, welcome. You try turning it off and on again. I should do that. I'm awake and helpful for this stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Laser. And I really appreciate all of your suggestions. Thank you. We're gonna watch oh, actually we have different things today, but I don't think I have we have Duel Links, but I don't think you have we have your favorite creator today, sadly. But we have a lot of different things that maybe will interest you. So yeah, let me get it is pouring rain outside too. Wait, that's awesome. Actually no, that's not awesome. It's like the meme from Parasite. Like, yeah, what a blessing. It's so cool, the rain. Yeah. But but yeah, no, I'm sure it's not cool for everyone. Alright. Let's start the video. Let me pin this. I have to pin the other one. I don't know why I cannot pin on Twitch for some reason. Really sucks. Can I do it here? It's not working. I cannot pin messages. That's so weird. That's so weird that I cannot pin messages. No, I cannot pin messages. Wow. Okay, whatever. We'll just have to deal with it. We'll just have to deal with it. Don't worry. And alright, let's watch. When did Yu-Gi-Oh card design become this bad? Let's watch. Whoops. I think it's too loud. When did Yu-Gi-Oh card design became... Okay. But yeah, we got GX and 5D stack for summon attack animations, cross-dot animations, world. Yeah, we wanna see some... I mean, maybe if we have time, we'll go for those. Alright, let's see. When did Yu-Gi-Oh card design become this bad? Let's watch.
Konami didn't ruin Yu-Gi-Oh! They actually succeeded. And somehow, that's the problem.
What?
You heard the take before. Konami ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! And look, I get it. Every few months, there's a new deck doing something that makes old school players physically leave the room.
Yeah, I don't think old school players, quote unquote, actually ever play the game. Like, we saw a tweet about it like a few days ago. Someone said, like, I miss the old Yu-Gi-Oh! I really like wanted the old Yu-Gi-Oh! And whatever. And it's like, bro, you don't miss the old Yu-Gi-Oh! You just miss being 10 years old. That tweet is like so good at explaining what I've been saying, but it's just like so straightforward with it. People talk about the old Yu-Gi-Oh! And what are they talking about exactly? I don't know.
But here's the thing. Konami didn't ruin card design by making bad cards. They ruined it by making cards too good. Let me explain what that means. When people say Konami ruined card design, they're usually pointing at power creep. And yeah, power creep is real, but the specific way modern card design is breaking the game isn't about attack stats or big board states. It's about information. Specifically,
information. Interesting.
your opponent's hand. Because Konami
Hi,
has
Sherry.
been banning cards that let you see your opponent's hand since the game was in its infancy. Because they know it's broken. Forceful Century, Trap Dust Shoot, a Pointer of the Red Lotus, all banned. All share one thing in common. They let you look at what your opponent is holding. And guess
Yeah, I guess so.
what? They then went ahead and printed it again. On multiple cards, in multiple new archetypes. And one of those archetypes is about to be one of the best decks in this entire game. So guys, let's talk about it.
What is there to talk about? What is there? 16? There's like 15 more minutes of this? Where is this going? There is no way. Like, the point is already made. Like, why is there 15 minutes of this? Striker boss go... Okay.
Old school Yu-Gi-Oh was simple. Monsters fought each other. You set traps, you played Pot of Greed, and drew 2 cards, and felt like a complete genius. The broken cards of that era, the ones that define the ban list today, were things like Graceful Charity, Painful Choice, and Delinquent Duo. Cards that gave you an extra card, or
Isn't it just called card advantage?
takes away an extra card from your opponent, cards that go +1. And those cards are still banned in 2026. Because Konami learned early on that any effects that gave you an outsized advantage, even a simple +1, could warp the entire format if left unchecked. Now here's where the hand information cards come in. Forceful Century, banned. You look at your opponent's hand, choose 1 card, and they put it back in the deck. That's it. Trap Dust Shoot, also banned. You look at your opponent's hand and send 1 monster back to the deck. Banned. A Pointer of Red Lotus, pay life points, look at your opponent's hand, banish 1 cards for 2 turns. Banned. You guys notice the pattern?
Yeah. So why are they banning card? Well, I mean printing cards that let you see your opponent's hand. Do you think they do you think they will backtrack on that? Do you think they will ban Noroi? Wait, they already banned Noroi, right? Wait, they already banned Noroi. What am I talking about? There's no way, dude. There is no. You have to pay with 1 card. It's a level 5. I don't think Noroi was such a big deal. I feel like Rotary is like a way better card than Noroi in that sense. I don't know if they deserved a ban. Dude, what is going on outside? Weekly video of me complaining about the dogs outside my house. Jesus Christ. Any card that lets you reveal your opponent's hand is just evil? Really? You have to know what you're looking at though. Yeah, well, yeah, but at the highest level of skill, everyone knows every card. So I see the issue. I understand it. Now you know my strategy. Yeah, well, it still matters like how you play it, but there is like the surprise factor is not there anymore. What strategy do I know if I don't play your deck? Well, yeah, exactly. But like we're talking about the highest level of playing this. At the highest level, everyone knows everything that matters, right? I do not care about the highest level of play. Well, that's you. Well, that's you. I don't know. Someone said Noroi ban was Earth Machine related. Oh yeah, I've heard that too. I heard that too. I wonder if that's actually true. We will see. We'll find out. I care about what affects me personally. Wow, that's a very interesting take. Well, I think like the highest level of play doesn't affect me personally, but I only care, like I feel like the game should be designed thinking about the highest level of play, right? And if the game is not fit for you, tough luck. Right? Like get better, get good. Hello Joel, welcome. I'm still chilling mad about Norway, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And then you get rid of 1 and 2 of my cards before I even play it if I go second. True. Pepper, you... Huh? Pepper, you have recording turning... yeah, I'm recording. Thank you so much, Sunny. Thank you so much for reminding me. But don't worry, I got this time. I got this. So yeah, let's see where this goes.
Every single card that lets you look at your opponent's hand and do something with that information is completely banned. In a game where you're making reactive decisions every single turn, whether to activate your trap, whether to use your hand trap, whether to go for game, knowing exactly what your opponent is holding is a game-winning advantage. It removes all certainty. You're not really playing Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, you're just executing a plan against someone who has no secrets left to hide. Konami figured this out a long time ago. They banned all those cards, and then, I genuinely cannot explain this, they kept printing new ones.
Yeah,
Cool
that's
too.
crazy,
On the
right?
surface, it looks like a cool new synchro archetype. Music theme, DJ monsters, inline skates, very aesthetic. Under the hood, it's a hand inspection machine. But before we even get into that, let's talk about what this deck does to synchro summoning as a mechanic, because that's broken on its own. When synchro monsters were introduced, the rules was simple.
What are we talking about? Where is this going? My most level-headed take is that hand info should come at a cost. Yeah, no, I agree. That's what Noroi made sense. That Noroi made sense to me. Yeah.
You need a tuner and at least one non-tuner monster on the field. Both on the field. That was the whole point. You had to commit resources and then use them as material. Your opponent could see what you were building and try to stop it. There was an actual real cost. You needed monsters on the field to synchro summon. Cool tunes, sorry to break it to you guys. If you guys don't know what this deck does, the deck basically skips all of that. Every main deck monster in the archetype can use a tuner from your hand as synchro material. Not from the field, from your hand. So instead of needing two monsters to survive on board, you're holding tuners in your hand and using them directly without ever putting them at risk.
I never thought about it that way, but it's true that your opponent doesn't know what you can summon because they don't know what level is that tuner that you have on your hand. Also, you can also negating the effect doesn't do anything, right? Because it's just a summoning condition. That's very funny.
And on top of that, the deck synchros using multiple tuners, which breaks the original design intent of what synchro summon was supposed to look like. When synchros first came out, the non-tuner requirement was the balance. You needed variety in your materials. Now you got a deck that stacks multiple tuners, using them from your hand, bypassing the field requirement entirely. That's
But you
not
just put
power
Rico
creep,
two
ladies and
times.
gentlemen. That's an
Twice.
entire mechanic being rewritten. And on top of that, they gave it hand inspection. Cool Tune Rotary is a tuner monster. When it's sent to the graveyard as synchro material, which is what is going to happen when you use it in the combo, you get a choice.
Do you think Rotary will become like the toxic card of this era? Like in 2 years we will talk about. Remember Cool Tune Rotary, dude? What was Konami thinking? I'm glad it's banned now. Oh my god! During Yusei's duel against a teacher, he used a tuner that can synchro from hand. So it's always been a thing. Sam is just making things up then. What the hell? Ray is, bro. No, what I'm saying is like in 2 years, will people still be talking about this? That's what I'm saying. Like right now, obviously, it's the most controversial card. Well, I feel like it's up there, like between the most controversial cards. What I'm asking is, do you think it's so controversial right now that people will talk about it in the future? I don't know. Hello, Simon. Welcome. Rotary can ideally be ashed, but they always chain block it. Yes, you know, people also don't know that Rotary cannot see your hand if you don't have a hand, and also if Rotary doesn't see your hand, then you cannot add cards. You cannot activate that effect. That's that mostly doesn't come up, but it's funny when it does. It's funny when it does. Half of why Rotary is controversial is because it came out with a Noroi ban. Yeah, that's a good point. Option
1. Put a card from your opponent's graveyard onto the bottom of their deck. Fine, that effect is whatever. Option 2, okay? Listen to this. Look at your opponent's hand, then add a Cool Tune spell from your deck to your hand. What? You guys know Reinforce of the Army is at 1, right? You know search cards are on the ban list, right? But now they're making a search card that not only makes me search, But look at your opponent's hand. Why? Why? How? Guys, read that again. You see their full hand, and you get to search your deck. All in one effect, triggered automatically by a card you are already using as synchro materials anyways. Back to Forceful Sentry, okay? The card sees your opponent's hand and removes one. This card is banned. Rotary sees the hand and searches a card, okay? The next card is Cool Tune Q, and its graveyard effect, also triggered when you synchro summon, lets you excavate the top 2 cards from your opponent's deck. You banish one of them and put the other one on top or the bottom.
This honestly can instantly win you the game. In some cases, this can literally get rid of your win condition. For certain decks, they need one card in particular. That card is banished just like that by random. It's over. It's done. There is no more game. I feel like that's very funny. Half of why wrote. Oh, I already read that. It's a nasty hypocrisy that everyone can see through. We don't like the buy new stuff ban list. Masterduel might have the bug, but at the least, it doesn't have to ban old stuff to make new stuff. Yes, they do. Yes, they do the same thing. It's literally the same. I don't know what to tell you.
So now, not only do you see your opponent's hand, but you also get to see their next 2 draws and stack their deck. What am I reading? I've never seen anything like this ever. In my whole entire career playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never seen anything this ridiculous.
Really? Really? You have never seen anything more ridiculous than this? I feel like there are cards more ridiculous than this. Like, I don't know, Shock Master and the pre-errata crash card virus and stuff like that. Can I copy your homework? Yes, please. You play this with Valkyrie goddesses? I don't know what that is.
Between Rotary and Q, a Cool Tune player in a single turn sees your current hand, search off that information, look at your top deck, banish one of your upcoming draws, and control what you draw next in a game that is supposed to have hidden information on both ends. A game where information is key. Cool Tune breaks those laws completely.
No, you said that. But I don't see them banning everything that works over Heka hands. They didn't, but they are slowly hitting, or they keep hitting. What was it? Dracotail, even though nobody plays that much anymore. They keep hitting Dracotail. They hit the Floodgate. Hello, Young Maker. Hello.
Completely. And like I said, in Yu-Gi-Oh, information is key. And in a game where you have hand traps, resolving Q and resolving Rotary means that you get to see your opponent's hand. And since everybody's playing 20 hand traps in their deck right now, you look at their hand and you play around the cards that they have in their hand, right? Isn't that crazy? It doesn't even matter if it didn't have a Forceful Sentry or Delinquent Duel effect to remove a card from your one's hand. That doesn't matter. But the fact that you look at your hand and you search a card accordingly to what they have in their hand is the issue, okay? Like, this is actually insanity, guys. Cool Tune is crazy. Now, here's where it gets really interesting because we don't have...
People really think that Sam doesn't use AI? That's crazy. How is that not AI? Oh my god. I barely play 5 hand traps. That's crazy. Biggest deviation I ever seen is the Malice hits. That deck was so overpowering that it was affecting the game's reputation. I agree. It was too powerful. So they slowly made it worse. And yeah, that's why Dracotail was the best thing ever. If they didn't hit the elements, Snake Eyes and Malice, those will be top decks still. I'm sure. I'm 100% sure. Yes.
To speculate about whether hand peeking is too broken for this game. We have confirmation already. It literally just happened. K9 Noroi got banned on the May 2026 ban list. Noroi is level 5 K9 monster. It's a strong starter for the strategy. On summon, you can special summon another K9 monster directly from your deck. And its other effect, send a K9 card you control to the graveyard. Look at your opponent's hand. Guys, where is this card now? It's banned. And the community was actually surprised, but it makes sense. Most people expected K9 Ripper to be on the hit list since the card makes the deck better. But
no, dude, without Reaper, there is no K9 deck. If without Reaper, there is no K9. What are you saying? It's over. If K9 Reaper is over, I have to sell all my cards. It's unplayable. Why would why would we do this?
But Konami went after Noroi specifically. The reason people landed on the hand peak, which is also a built-in starter, that's what got banned. So guys, I want you to think about this. Noroi looks at the hand, banned. Rotary looks at the hand and searches a card, and it's still currently sitting at 3 copies. How does that make any sense? How? The answer is it doesn't, at least not from a game health perspective. From a business perspective, it makes complete sense. Noroi was last format's product. It was released 9 months ago. Rotary is this format's product and right on cue. Get it? Right on cue.
I should dislike the video. Without Noroi, I have to shield $30 a piece for 7 Tachyon. Bruh. Andros has been around since Kuribo. You're so right.
My fiance helped me write the script, so shout out to Joanne. She saw that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize for everything.
That was crazy, no? You guys like that? The community is already saying it. If Noroi got banned for the hand peak, Rotary is obviously next. It's not the question of if, just when. Konami confirmed their own rule with that ban. Hand information is too broken for this game, and then they left the worst version untouched. So let's actually go through this new ban list, because the Noroi ban is not the whole story. Going into May 2026, the meta was dominated by Draco Tail branded, Yummy, and Vanquish Soul K9. The community wanted real hits to those strategies, and for Cool Tune, which had already been showing dominance in the LCG, people wanted the actual problem cards touched, specifically the hand inspection effects. But here's what happened instead. Noroi got banned, Draco Tail, Yummy, and K9 all got hit. But most of those hits were a consistency pieces rather than the cards that actually define what those decks do. And for Cool Tune, they limited Synchro Overtake. One copy of a consistency spell. That's the hit.
Okay, are we being bad faith again? Because they also got rid of the Floodgate. Because you can say, oh, that's a Naturia card, that's not a Cool Tune one. But like, come on. It is a Cool Tune card. Nobody else is playing that.
Rotary is still at 3, Q is still at 3, and the hand peak effect, completely untouched. The result, everything competing with Cool Tune got hit harder than Cool Tune did. And now Cool Tune is projected to be the best deck in the format going forward. The deck that sees your hand is about to run the format, and the banlist response was to limit a spell that helps it slightly going faster. And to be honest, guys, that's a fake hit. Limiting Synchro Overtake while leaving Rotary at 3 is Konami putting their hand up and saying, we acknowledge there is an issue, without actually doing anything about it. Anyone playing the deck knows Overtake isn't why it's winning. Getting Overtake.
What about the deck that it was supposed to be made for? Synchrons? Who knows? Who knows? Hot take, I found some very annoying and unnecessarily loud. I don't think that's a hot take. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a common opinion. But it's a matter of taste, I guess. Like, everyone likes and dislikes different things. What did they summon with Synchro Overtake? You can summon whatever, right? You can also add Q, right? You can also add Q to your hand to normal summon it. Does Q need to be normal summon? I don't remember. Interesting. Strange Paris Duel Links explains the reason for hits, but in real life or Master Duel, they don't explain why they hit them. Really? Duel Links explain the reason of the hit? That's interesting. I haven't heard about that. That's very interesting. I don't know if they should do that. I mean, I will have to see like how it goes, right? I don't know much about it. But yeah. I don't find loud people funny. No, me neither. Alright.
Take to 1 means that you can, just replace 2 overtakes with 2 Power Desires. You can replace 2 overtakes with the Duelist Genesis. Hitting Overtake didn't really do anything. And speaking more on the ban list, Mitsurugi barely got touched either. The ban list addressed a specific FTK piece connected to the strategy, which is fine, but the deck itself is still largely intact. Obviously, the Gibbon Puppet got hit. A lot of you guys have
Dude,
mentioned
this card is insane. This should have never existed. Why was this card ever printed?
that the Gibbon Puppet was for the Mitsurugi FTK or something like that, so they hit the FTK piece. The community reaction was pretty straightforward. The list only exists to sell Blazing Dominion, the newest set, which Coup Tune is the flagship strategy of it. Hit the old stuff and protect the new stuff. Let the format sort itself out. Here's what I think is actually going on. Konami isn't being incompetent. They've been in this game so long and they know exactly what broken looks like. They built the ban list that proves it. Forceful Century has been banned for over decades and they know, but Coup Tune is a new product. It needs to be competitive. And the easiest way to make a new archetype competitive is to give it access to something that other decks can't do. Something that justifies buying into it over whatever already exists. So they gave it hand information. They gave it deck stacking. You're literally just stacking your opponent's deck. They took the exact mechanic they spent 20 years banning, bundled it inside synchro materials, triggers, so it doesn't look so obvious as Trap Dust Shoot sitting face down on the field and released in Blazing Dominion. K9
Konami has been doing this for years. I mean, yeah, that's the business model. I don't know what to tell you.
Roy did the same thing. New set, new deck, hand inspection baked in, and the Roy just got banned for it. And now to think about it, it makes total sense on why they actually banned the Roy instead of banning Ripper, all right? Because everybody speculated that Ripper was supposed to get banned, right? They banned Noroi simply because Noroi was old news. Yes, Noroi was a starter for the deck, but Noroi had the exact same effect as Rotary. Not exactly the same effect as Rotary, but the same effect where you get to look at your opponent's hand. So they're like, yo, why would we keep Noroi when we want to push out Rotary? Why should we keep Noroi that has the hand look effect when we should be promoting Rotary, right? It's a crazy business move. You're smart, right? Because if people can't afford Rotary, they'll just play VS K9 still. And they can just look at your opponent's hand too with Noroi, right? You see that? Guys, Konami's a billion-dollar company. They know exactly what they're doing, okay? The message that this sends to competitive players is pretty brutal. If you're not playing the newest deck, you're already behind. Not because those decks are slightly better tuned, because they have access to a category of effects that is literally banned everywhere else in the card pool. And that is why they banned Noroi. You see?
I feel like we have been saying the same thing the whole video. Oh, my head. My conspiracy brain tells me that the TCG knows Kultun is an avoidable balancing problem that they are forced to sell, so they are pushing it to the top of the meta, so they have an excuse to get rid of it. That's insane. I don't think they need to do that. Hello, Christ of melted flesh. It's totally unfair to Kultun and its players. It will never get a pet deck phase later on now. I don't see why not. It's not like they're gonna ban every card, right? If they just ban Rotary, the deck is still completely playable. I don't know what to tell you. Units a normal summon, yes. Still got no clue why they limited Copsy Yami way. Yeah, that's a real mystery there. What the hell?
See that? You know what Forceful Century does, guys? Sees the card in your opponent's hand, removes the card. That card is banned. You know what Rotary does? Sees the hand, searches a card, and it's still fully legal. It looks at your opponent's hand and is a reinforced the army built in one. Konami, what the heck have you done? So did Konami ruin modern card design? Yeah, but not the way most people mean it. They didn't ruin it by being incompetent. They ruined it by making cards so deliberately powerful that the game is now functionally gated behind buying into whatever they just released. The whole design philosophy of old Yu-Gi-Oh was built around hidden information. Not knowing what your opponent is holding is one of the core mechanics of Yu-Gi-Oh. You set cards face down, you keep your hand secret, you bluff. The tension is what makes duels feel like an actual duel between two players. Coup Tune erases that. You spend your first synchro summoning seeing their hand and shaping their next draw, and from the point on, you're not really playing against your opponent. You're just executing against a known quantity. It's insane. And the ban list, the same ban list that has kept Forceful Century locked up for over decades, looked at Cool Tune and decided that the real problem was synchro overtake. Konami, come on, man.
It's because it's an old card that you can just limit. Yeah, obviously. Not is actually the best starter for K9, but to be honest, still using a synchro material from hand or field is easier than tributing a card from hand. Yeah, no, of course, totally, 100%. Yeah, Duel Links does give explanations when a card gets hit. Example, when they hit Tachyon, they said it's because of the dominance in the meta, specifically the package of transmigration and transluxation. Well, that doesn't mean anything. That could mean whatever. I thought they would get specific with it. That doesn't mean anything. You could say that about anything. I feel they're gonna ban it into the dirt. I hope I'm wrong. You're wrong. I really doubt they're gonna ban like everything. It's that would be absurd. That would make no sense. They just need to limit and ban. If one card is gonna get banned, it's probably Rotary, and everything else can get limited. Q is not as searchable as the other ones, so probably a consistency hit for Q. And ban. Well, I don't know much about the game. What am I saying? I don't know anything. Why are you listening to me? Why are you watching this video? Go and dislike this video right now. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't. Most people say Konami hates pendulums, but I always believe the changes in rules when they added links were specifically to boost link sales. The thing is, like, when links were released, they made them necessary to play, right? You had to play links because you couldn't summon the other extra deck monsters without the links. So they were absolutely necessary. Yeah. So it was weird, definitely. I'll be back after dinner. I want to pitch a video idea. Okay. I'll be waiting. Yeah, let's see.
Don't get me wrong, they'll ban Rotary eventually. My speculation is give this card a lifetime span of 9 months, okay?
9 months
for Rotary to get hit. So Kid Roy came out of Doom's Dimension, which is exactly 9 months ago from the time of this recording. And Blazing Dominion just came out, right? So we had Doom's Dimension, we had Burst Protocol, now we got Blazing Dominion, okay? So that's a total of 9 months for 3 sets. And Konami usually drops 4 main sets a year, and Blazing Dominion being the third core set of the year. And since the release of Doom's Dimension, the Roy is now banned. We can speculate, okay, I'm not sure if it's gonna happen, that Rotary has a 9-month living span before it gets completely axed on the ban list.
That's an interesting theory. What do you think, Chad? Do you think 9 months for Rotary? You don't think Rotary can be limited or banned before that? Yeah, I mean, that sounds reasonable. 9 months. Yeah, I mean, why not? I really feel like they are gonna ban. Okay, I already read that. Certain Yu-Gi-Oh players hate one of these things: either floodgates, negates, hand traps, and hand reveals to rip a card on your opponent's hand. Yeah. The fact that we have synchro monsters that require 3 or 4 tuners as materials to summon. What? It was the first time Konami made a new summoning method a necessity. Yes, exactly. Most of Duel Links ban list info is cards are forbidden because it was affecting the metagame, including cards counter, giving the flexibility. So it doesn't mean anything. But you can make the betting poll and see if 9 months, more or less. No. We can do that later. They will do an emergency list for the World Championship. They can't go towards August without a list. You think Rotary is gonna get... You just came out. There is no way. There is absolutely no way this is gonna get banned like in less than 3 months. Right? That's in 3 months, right? Wait, it was May, June, July, August. Yeah, there is no way. Limited to list. Limited I can see. But definitely not banned. 100%. No way. Let's see how this goes.
And after they ban Rotary, some new archetype will probably get a hand rip effect or something like that, or look at your opponent's hand, add 10 cards. I don't know where Konami's going at this point, but you guys feel me. Competitive Yu-Gi-Oh has always had a price of entry. That's nothing new. But when the price of entry is specifically you need the deck that sees your opponent's hand, it stops feeling like a skill gap and starts feeling like you paid for an advantage that used to be banned. This to me is not a failure. It's just a business model. And somehow, guys, that's even worse.
Ah. Oh, that is easy to say. Oh yeah, that's just worse. Easy to say. But I get the point. I get the point. Limited is okay for the moment, probably. Yeah, it needs more place to get it. Yeah, like it just came out. It just came out. There is no way they're gonna do it. I'm not saying that it deserves it or not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I doubt it's gonna happen. Not that I want to or that I don't. It's just like I don't think it's gonna happen. That's a different thing. But yeah, let me know if you, when do you think Rotary is gonna get hit? Let me know in the comments when Rotary is gonna get hit. Because it's true, it's not a matter of if, it's a when. And is it gonna be probably limited first? When is it gonna get limited? And when is it gonna get banned? Because that's probably gonna happen, realistically. So yeah, let me know in the comments, thank you. Yeah, chat, don't forget to watch the video. So you can comment that, that's so funny. It all comes to the dollars, yes. That's true. What do we watch now? What do we watch now? You know what? Why don't we move to the most hated cards in all Yu-Gi-Oh history? Ah, that's another cool thing, right? That's another cool topic. Okay, that's an interesting like topic to move to right now. We wanna see the history of Yu-Gi-Oh now.
Coming
No,
in
that's
at number
different.
10.
No, that's different. What's the audio?
Coming in at number 10 is a card that's
I need the stars like instantly. We love hating things, of course. That's what Yu-Gi-Oh players do. The most hated cards in all Yu-Gi-Oh history. That's a very interesting topic right now, considering that people are hating on Rotary. Right now, that's the most hated card. But I want to see how does it compare to the most hated cards in all of Yu-Gi-Oh history. So let's watch.
coming in at number 10 is a card that's never even seen the ban list, but it has changed how Konami has printed cards moving forward. Droll and Lock Bird, a staple in some metagames, and at the absolute minimum, a very strong side deck pick in other meta.
Dude, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Can you? I hate how this card is like exists, and it just wins game when you resolve this. Sometimes it's just resolved, and game is over, which is crazy. Bro said my favorite creator wouldn't be here, but he's right there in the right side corner. You're gonna make me blush. Stop it! Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Games as well. It's a level 1 0 attack 0 defense monster that you can send from your hand to the graveyard the moment your opponent adds anything from their deck to their hand outside the draw phase. And for the rest of that turn, nobody is adding any more cards from their deck to their hand. Full stop. Just one search.
I was told that Sky Striker was good in Master Duel during this meta. Because yeah, obviously it's good against your meta decks, right? It's really good against Kultun and stuff. But still dies to Droll. I was so hyped. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play Sky Striker this season or whatever, this month. And then I every time I get hit by Droll, and I'm like, oh, it feels so unfair and so annoying. So I understand why it's one of the most hated. What? Anyways, Droll is the most hated card when playing Striker. Yes, that's a personal thing. I don't know, because I know most decks can play around it. I don't know.
Search gets through, and then bang, the door slams shut for the rest of the turn. And this card, as you can imagine, is so strong that it has even affected how cards have been designed since. Back in the day, cards like Reinforcement of the Army was an incredible searcher, but now cards have to be designed like Mitsurugi Prayers which gives you access to your pieces during the draw phase specifically, just so Droll can't catch you. It's not just a coincidence, trust me. The problem is in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's often just one search that needs to go through for decks to explode. We're talking Dragon Rulers chaining Super Rejuvenation, for example. Every few formats there is a deck that treats the word search like candy, and Droll is the heavy hand of Exodia to stop it right there. It's like a recession indicator. If Droll is showing up everywhere, it's like you're in a bad economy / format, and it's time to buckle up because bad times are ahead. The real reason people hate it though, is that once it resolves, you don't get a say. You don't get to respond, and in a game built entirely around consistency and card advantage, it just feels awful to play against.
Very important, chat. This is the first floodgate. It removes a core mechanic from the game, which is drawing cards. Which, I don't know, is one of my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Drawing cards. And it just forbids you to do that. Yeah, you cannot draw cards. It's over. It's over. No drawing cards for you. It's funny because Duel Links skills can bypass draw. Yeah, but we're talking about a real game here, not Duel Links. I'm sorry, I'm being mean on purpose. I'm being mean on purpose.
Perfect Yu-Gi-Oh! This card doesn't exist, and neither do the decks that make Droll mandatory. But let's be honest, we're never going to be in perfect Yu-Gi-Oh! So let's move on.
Can't believe this is just number 10. I mean, I don't know what Burst is doing here, but yeah, we will see.
Imperial Order's little brother, Anti-Spell Fragrance. And to be honest, you could name both cards here, because they both share the same hatred of spell cards, and making sure your opponent never gets to use them. Anti-Spell Fragrance is a continuous trap that forces both players to set spell cards before activating them, meaning you have to wait a full turn before you can use anything.
Whoa, both players must set spell cards before activating them and cannot be activated until the next turn of setting them. So no spells. So no spells allowed, okay.
No instant Raigeki, no instant Dark Hole, you have to set it, and you have to wait. And you just have to cross your fingers that your opponent doesn't rip it off the field before you get a chance to use it. Now, to be fair, opinions on this card are genuinely split.
Really?
At the competitive level, it is basically like Imperial Order, with a creepy smile instead of an old man. If you're going second against a strong board and you can't access your spell cards, that's often just game over, simple as that. At the more casual end though, people see it as a more fair Imperial Order, because it doesn't just outright stop spells, it just slows them down a bit. So there's a little bit of back and forth to it. You still get there, but eventually. But here's the real reason why Anti-Spell Fragrance is on this list, because at one point in time, it essentially locked down an entire mechanic. Pendulum players could not play their entire deck against this card. The Pendulum mechanic requires you to place 2 Pendulum monsters into your spell and trap zones to set up your scales before you can Pendulum summon. The problem? Those cards count as spells when placed in those zones, and they cannot be set. You can't set a Pendulum card face down and wait a turn. It's not possible. So against Anti-Spell Fragrance, Pendulum players were kind of stuck.
Oh, interesting. That completely looks like Pendulum players. That's crazy. Okay, I understand why this is so bad, because it's like, okay, this is bad, but I cannot imagine being a top 10. It doesn't. It's not top 10 material.
Couldn't even attempt to play, and that's the difference between annoying and just straight up offensive.
Yeah.
Imperial Order stops you from using your spells. Anti-Spell Fragrance stopped you from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. This is one of the most discussed cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, and for good reason. Ash Blossom Joyous Spring.
Really?
Ash Blossom has been a staple for the last 10 years. Pretty much a 3-of auto-include in everything you play. That alone should tell you something. For anyone unfamiliar, Ash is a hand trap that negates any effect that adds cards from deck to hand, special summons from the deck, or sends from deck to the graveyard. And when you look at any cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That do any one of those 3 things, it gets out of hand just how powerful Ash Blossom really is.
Is Ash Blossom that bad? I guess it is. But top 10 in history? That's crazy. I know I'm calling it now. Number 1 will be Mystic Mind. I think Mystic Mind will be number 1 most likely. Or unless we're forgetting something. Shockmaster is also up there, I think. Ash Blossom and Joyous Forehead. Yeah. No, I see it.
We are talking about thousands of cards that just search on their own. Consistency is king in Yu-Gi-Oh! And Ash Blossom rocks that consistency to its core. When it was first released, its design felt fair. You negate one search, summon, or mill, and your opponent still gets to play the game. You just slow them down a little bit. And for a long time, that is kind of how it worked. But the way Ash gets used now has completely shifted. What Ash is doing now is punishing the counter to going second, where the player going second is at a huge disadvantage already. The Mulcharmy hand traps, cards designed to let you draw when your opponent overextends on their turn, are currently the best tools going second players currently have, and Ash Blossom just turns them all off. Your opponent negates your Mulcharmy, and you're left there with one less card in your hand, while you're still staring down the board of a full combo board state, and nothing you can do about it. So a card that was once the great equalizer for players going second, now just turns the screw on them even harder.
They should make like what they did with Maxi, right? They made a more fair Maxi in the Mulcharmies. So they should make a more fair Ash Blossom. What do you think? I feel like they should just... Well, I don't know why Maxi is still legal in the OCG and on Master Duel. But they should do that. Like, we already have the Mulcharmies. We should just keep doing that, Mulcharmies. So they should get rid of Ash Blossom and make a more fair Ash Blossom. That's what they should do, honestly.
And aside from all of that, is it really healthy to have a card from 10 years ago be a 3-off staple in every deck ever since it's come out? I'm not so sure. So yes, Ash Blossom is strong. There is skill in knowing when to use it. But after 10 years of having an inescapable stranglehold on the metagame, it is now despised. But let me...
I thought like what the new strat is not to wait for the card that matters, the most important card to Ash. Because there's videos, right, about what to Ash against this deck, what to Ash against Kultun. Oh, you have to Ash Q. And what to Ash against Branded. Oh, well, obviously Branded Fusion, right? Obviously. But right now, like, since most decks don't really care if one thing get Ash, right? They can do more stuff. So what you have to do is just Ash the first thing and hope that your opponent doesn't have anything. I used to hold Ash before. I used to think, oh yeah, I'm just gonna save Ash for the right time. What I do now is that I Ash the first thing. I literally just Ash the first thing, and most of the time it works, which is crazy. Most of the time, that's it. That's where the turn ends. To me, that's insane. To me, that's insane. So it doesn't even require skill anymore, in a way. You just Ash the first thing. Or sometimes you already know, because of how the opponent played their turn, you already know that they can play through Ash anyways. You might as well save it for your next turn, in case they somehow have Maxi, right? So you save your Ash for your turn. If you know the deck, you can decide. If you have to, no clue. No. Even if you know the deck, you just Ash the first thing. If I'm playing against, if I'm playing during the K9 Banquisol mirror match, I would just Ash the first thing. It doesn't matter what it is. I would just Ash the first thing, and most of the time it works. I don't know what to tell you. It works. Sometimes they just activate a case for K9 and you just Ash it and they just pass. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes they just normal summon Rasen, I Ash and the turn end. No, they go into what is it called? Into Rock of the Vanquisher. And then they just bring back Rasen and then the turn ends. It's so funny. Ash the first thing and hope they pass, even if you know that. Like, yeah, 100%. That's what you should do. Everyone should do that. Hello, Caramel Apple. Caramel Apple Tea Honey Yogurt. Hi. Pepper means Ash the first thing because game will screw over players. Can make a big hand. Yes. Alright, let's see.
Let me know your thoughts on Ash Blossom. I'm really intrigued to see what side of the fence you're on concerning this card. Crush Card Virus is a trap card.
You're the reason why I always try to bait Ash. But sometimes you have no choice. Sometimes you just have to play your only playable card. And yeah, I know.
When you tribute a dark monster with 1,000 or less attack, destroys all monsters your opponent controls in their hand and drawn for the next 3 turns with 1,500 or more attack. Full board wipe, full hand wipe, and 3 turns of perfect information from your opponent. What? To make it even worse, when Crush Card Virus first came out, you couldn't even buy it, because it was a prize card, a trophy card of sorts, awarded to top player finishers at the Shonen Jump Champion Series events.
This video just came out 2 weeks ago. I assuming this was pre-errata, right? Obviously, no? That's the pre-errata one, right?
So if you didn't win it, you were twiddling your fingers. But if you did have it, you was basically winning games instantly just off this effect alone. The perfect way to resolve it was by tributing a Sangan, which is already a staple by the way. Sangan hits the graveyard, searches you a card, and in return your opponent loses most of their monsters for the next 3 turns, and you get to see every card they draw. You plus, they minus. They're playing blind while you have full information. It's
Yeah, and then Sam says that Kultun Rotary is the most hated card in history. It's like, bro, have you seen this thing? Have you seen this card? What the hell? Alrighty, so will the Let's Fix This Archetype style stream interest you? We can talk about it after this.
It's as broken as it sounds. It got so oppressive that decks that weren't even playing dark monsters were now playing a small dark package just to make use of Crush Card Virus, because it...
Well, pre-errata Crush Card is nasty. Well, I feel like it's obvious, right? That we're talking about the original version of it, right? Now it's obviously still a good card. Well, in certain decks, right? In certain ways. But definitely, if we're talking about the most hated cards in history, yes, it's the original one.
It was that good. So what was happening was the meta was revolving around a card that most players couldn't even get their hands on. A very strange scenario. It's one thing to get knocked out of a tournament by a card you could see coming. It's another thing to get knocked out at a tournament by a card that you have no chance of owning. No good. Unreal card, unreal story. Now for a change of pace, we have a card in which I would rejoice if you drew it, but would deep down cry if I drew it. A card that was so iconically bad to draw,
I'm scared.
its name is now immortalized in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, it's
for
Garnet?
cards that you never want to see in your hand. Garnet. This goes back to the incredibly powerful card Brilliant Fusion. By sending any light monster and a Gem Knight from your deck to your graveyard, you could summon out Gem Knight Sephironite. That lets you have an extra normal summon, plus a light monster that could be anything from a free summon like Performative Trick Clown to Fairy Tale Snow. Now a lot of players wanted to make use of this because it's absolutely insane, but most players weren't playing Gem Knight decks for good reason. So what you wanted to do was only run one Gem Knight card in your deck to make use of Brilliant Fusion. But unlike other fusion cards, Brilliant Fusion can't work with a card that's in your hand. So whatever Gem Knight you ran as a one-off, you never wanted to see it. So
That's
what was
Garnet.
this Gem Knight card that everyone wanted to use then? Well, Gem Knight Garnet, because at least if you drew it and you really needed to, you could summon it and attack with it. But make no mistake about it, if you ever saw this in your hand, it would ruin your day. Over the years, there have been other Garnet-like cards found, like Psy Frame Driver, but no other card would ruin your day.
It came out with delay, the side frame driver. Is this hated because you don't want to draw it? That's so funny. That is so funny. That's when they made Doom Virus Dragon, which summoned via Fang of Creatures, Crush Card to the Grave, which has the original Crush Card effect. But imagine they adapt the anime effect where the rest of the duel you couldn't summon monsters with over 15k attack, 1500 attack. Yeah. Well, there is a reason why it wasn't printed, obviously.
Drawing
Like that.
Garnet. Next up, we have a card that doesn't actually do a great deal.
Shifter.
But what it does do is wreck your opponent's day. Dimension Shifter. As long as you have no cards.
This is right now one of my most hated cards. Like, I hate it so much that it's like in every K9 Vanquished K9 deck they run this, but I don't run it because I think it's super lame and I hate it. It's such a card that you just play it and you win the game if you draw it. But if you draw it at the wrong time, it's a break. It's a break, and I hate breaks. So I hate this. I hate this card. I don't like it. I feel like this card shouldn't exist.
Graveyard, you can discard this from your hand as a quick effect. even on your opponent's first turn. And until the end of the next turn, any card that would go to the graveyard gets banished instead. That's it. That's all this card did. But that can make entire decks unplayable.
Yeah.
The absolute hatred for this card comes from that the decks that often play it are the ones that it will never affect themselves personally, because they simply don't care about the graveyard, so they can play it with zero repercussions as well. Infuriating if it's stopping you, because they can simply drop Dimension Shifter turn 1 unaffected, la-di-da-di-da, while you, the opponent, are struggling.
Hello,
it's
Ren.
like getting reverse first turn killed, but on your turn instead. And you can't respond to it, you just lose that turn. No input, no counterplay, no real say in what happens in the rest of the game, because you have lost. It's essentially a you don't get to play you.
Dude, I love this GIF. The generational GIF. I don't even know what this guy is playing, but I 100% relate to this. Like that getting your dreams crashed like that, and instantly getting your, I don't know what drink he was having, but it's so real, so iconic, and I 100% relate. That's exactly that emote. That is so funny. It's exactly that emote. Oh my god, dude. I despise Shifter. Beast of farming card. Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh! This turn button, which quickly turns into a you don't get to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At all this round, buddy. Sorry about that button. One of the most hated hand traps in Yu-Gi-Oh! For very good reason.
Yeah.
This next card is one of the most iconic
What
format
is
defining
this?
cards of all time, Royal Oppression. Royal Oppression is a continuous
The
trap.
hell, Royal Oppression? I've never heard of this. I literally never heard of this. Why? Was it only relevant during one format? What is this? Either player can pay 800 life points to negate the special summon of a monster, and or the effect of that special summon monster and destroy those cards? What the fuck is this? It's continuous. It's not once per turn. Excuse me. Excuse me. What the hell is this?
Card where either player can pay 800 life points to negate a special summon or an effect that would special summon a monster. No once per turn, no limit on activations, just 800 life points, as many times as you can pay it. Think of it like a solemn warning for less than half the cost that you can use over and over and over again. The problem with a card like this is whoever draws it first is at a mammoth advantage, as most decks simply can't operate under it, because special summoning is the backbone of Yu-Gi-Oh! So a card that taxes every special summon is going to be crippling for you or your opponent. But here's where it gets interesting, and why Royal Oppression has a special place in one of the most beloved formats in Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
There's no way
Yes,
this was legal in Edison. There is absolutely no way.
Format. There was one deck that could use Royal Oppression without any drawbacks. Blackwing Vayu. Here's why. Vayu synchro summons by banishing monsters from the graveyard as material, but crucially, it doesn't banish those monsters as a cost. The effect goes on a chain. Your opponent has the window to pay 800 and negate it, but if they don't, the synchro summon goes through, and because Vayu is not a once per turn effect, you can simply activate it again and again and again. So your opponent will simply run out of life points if they keep paying 800 to try and stop you. So Royal Oppression basically became a one-sided floodgate. That's gross. This opened the door to a fascinating format, plenty of Vayu mirror matches, and decks that could also play through Oppression without needing a combo, like Frog Monarchs for example. So a super powerful floodgate that could end games instantly as well, but it did at least reward creative deck builders. That's pretty cool.
I can't believe I never heard of this card. The hell? Floodgate should be something that must be the first you activate during your turn, so you get affected by your own cards during your turn. I guess if we want floodgates, if floodgates have to exist, they have to have like downsides, right? They cannot just be like that. Frog Monarchs, my Yoshi.
Next up, we have a card that was so oppressive, basically came to a gentleman's agreement to side it out for games.
Oh, I think I know this.
That is ridiculous. Dijin released
Yeah,
a ritual.
I've heard about this. This is the from the video of the guy that was cheating. that he said like, oh yeah, I'm gonna side deck it. Look, I'm putting it out, and then he had another one in his deck. This is so stupid, dude. That's so bad. Why would you do that? That's such an asshole thing to do. Personally, I think floodgates should be on field spells. Only get one on field spells. That's interesting. That sounds interesting.
Jin is a dark level 3 fiend that when used as material for a ritual summon, grants the ritual monster a continuous effect as long as it stays faced up on the field. Your opponent cannot special summon monsters, and on top of that, it can be banished from the graveyard to serve as tribute for a ritual summon as well, meaning you didn't even need it in hand to use it. Now that on its own is incredibly terrifying, but in Necros format, it became something else entirely. Necros was a deck built around searching and cycling ritual monsters with incredible efficiency. Getting Jin into the graveyard and then ritual summoning on top of it was not a difficult ask. And from there you would ritual someone over it, and your opponent simply couldn't special summon for the rest of the game, with no response of course, no out through normal gameplay, just locked out. Sounds riveting, eh? For most decks it was impossible to break through. People had to dust off 2003 staples like Exiled Force and DD Warrior Lady. That's how desperate players were getting. Cards that no one has touched in years suddenly became the new hot playable staple. That's how strange the format became. But here's the interesting bit, the format got so bad that what players would do at events is both agree to side out Jin for games 2 and 3. Because it was just so boring, uninteractive, sad, desolate to play against. And that to me is amazing because I've been around card games for many years. And TCG players for the most part are very competitive. You never want to give your opponent an advantage. And fun is often pushed to the side at events. So for a card to be so disruptive that the entire player base agreed to not use it, that is something that I've never heard of before. Banned.
Do you think that would ever happen now? I feel like those things don't happen now. Can you imagine? Can we? What would be the card that would make everyone be like, no, actually, let's not play that. Let's not play that. Do you think Rotary? I've been mentioning Rotary during the whole time. Can you imagine like this guy's just a hater and the #1 is Rotary? It would be so funny. That would be so funny. So Paris Pepper hasn't used that in his Angry Burger deck yet. Is it legal right now? Can you play this? Is this not banned? Rotary living rent free in our head? Yeah, exactly.
Not coming back, good riddance. Maxi,
it's not legal. Okay, that makes sense.
Most controversial card, and for good reason. Maxi is a hand trap that you can discard on your opponent's turn that lets you draw a card every time they spell.
Well, yeah, that means Mystic Mine is #1. What can we do?
Special summon a monster. Every single special summon. You can sort of see that there has been a bit of a theme in this video, that anything that interrupts or interacts with special summons is rather strong. And drawing cards in Yu-Gi-Oh is probably the strongest thing you can do. So if you draw a card every time your opponent special summons, you can see how silly this can get. Like,
I think this guy or his editor really likes Persona.
Remember, Pot of Greed is permaban for letting you draw 2. And think about how many you can draw with Maxi. If no out is found, the game is simply unplayable. Most decks that aren't even too combo heavy can't really get away without special summoning, you know, at least 2, 3 or 4 times. Maxi instantly punishes that. Because the card...
I would agree, a gentleman out Maxi. Me too. But like, it's not legal in the TCG, right? But for Master Duel, it's just not possible. There's no interaction. There is no looking at your opponent's face and be like, I'm gonna side Maxi. Yeah.
Card advantage gap becomes simply unsurmountable. And it gets worse, because if the player going first draws Maxi, the dynamic shifts into something even more suffocating, where the game is essentially decided before it even began. It is one of the most statistically impactful cards in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. It was eventually banned in the TCG in 2018, but it still remains legal in the OCG and in Master Duel, at a peak of an absolutely mind-boggling 90% play rate. And what makes it...
Wait, this is... Wait. Top 10 most played cards? Who is this? Typhon? Typhon is one of the most played cards? Why is Droll not here? What? Why is Droll not in that list? I feel like Droll will be one of the obvious ones. What the hell? Oh yeah, Typhoon. I'm actually more surprised to see Ogre there. Yeah, you're right. Why is Ogre here? Opponent special summons at least 2 or more. Free Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity with no discard. I think it's because it's a counter to some cards. I cannot believe that Ghost Ogre is played more than Nibiru. Was Nibiru out? Nibiru was out, right? During May 2025, right? Yes, open masterduel meta is the front page on search. Okay, but that's not the actual stats from... Oh, these are the stats from masterduel meta. Oh, pfft. Okay, sorry. I thought these were official. Sorry.
Even more funnier, Ash Blossom, you know, the card from earlier, is Maxi's best answer, sure. That means it's the second highest players card on Master Duel as well, meaning that the metagame is essentially Maxi and Maxi answers. Come on, man, what are we doing here? Fun to use, miserable to play against. That's Maxi.
Place your bets, Rotary. Baylor is 50% carried by Blue Eyes players. That would make sense, but I don't know if that many people play Blue Eyes. So yeah. Then for that, from last year on most play cards, yeah. All right. Well, show me, show me Mystic Mine.
But for our most hated Yu-Gi-Oh card of all time, we have a card that I promise you, I'm not being hyperbolic here, is designed to stop your opponent from literally doing anything. Mystic Mine. The effect is deceptively simple. While your opponent controls more monsters than you, they can't activate monster effects or declare an attack. That's it. But in practice, what this means is that if you have no monsters on your side of the field, your opponent is completely frozen. They can't use monsters, they can't attack, they just have to sit there and while you do whatever you want. I couldn't believe this card when I first saw it. Mystic Mine just grinds all games down to a complete halt. And of course, what dedicated Mystic Mine decks would do is take this to the furthest degree, pairing it with Field Barrier so it can't be destroyed, and then slowly drain your opponent's life points with burn cards like Just Desserts, Secret Barrel, and Wave Motion Cannon. But sometimes...
What a lame way to play the game, dude. It actually bores. Like, why are you even playing the game if you're gonna play Mystic Mine? Oh my god! I'm sorry. This is the type of things that make me mad. Like, why would anyone do that? Crazy.
Players would just get silly with it because it wasn't even always burn as the win con. Because Final Countdown...
Show me Mystic Mine for 2000, Alex. It was optimal. Yes, I know technically it was the ideal way of playing the game at the time. But why would you why? It's only if you care about winning, right? Damn, I don't think I would have played that. If I was playing that format, I don't think I would be playing that. There is no way. I really want to believe that I wouldn't be a Mystic Mine player.
Even got a look in, which gave the archetype a new lease of life. Either way, your opponent sat across the table while the clock ran down on them. But dedicated Mystic Mine decks are one thing, but where this...
Oh, you wanted slow gameplay in Yu-Gi-Oh, didn't you? Me? Are you talking to me? Show that show that meme of the guy doing like, me? No, oh yeah, but I get what you mean. Some people wanted that. No, fuck those guys. Actually, I like turn 0 plays. I like turn 0 plays. That's what I love. I need more Kultun Clip. I need more Holisu. I need more Izuna. I need more. What is it? The other one? Habnis? I don't know what is. I think it's Habnis, right? The one from Tier Laments. Those are the cards that I want. Oh, Faimina. Yeah, that's what I like. No, slow Yu-Gi-Oh. Nah. If I want to play slow Yu-Gi-Oh, I would play another game.
Card got out of hand is where all other decks started to play Terraforming and Mystic Mine just to fetch it, to catch their opponent lacking and stop the game right there. Showing up as a 3-of in championship winning decks, right at the top of the competitive scene. Duels where one player simply did not get to play. No interaction, no counterplay once it hit the field. Just sitting there while your life points slowly ticks away with nothing you can do about it.
That's so real.
Crazy card.
It's a perfect
and not in a
stock
good way.
video for this.
The most hated card in Yu-Gi-Oh history. But if you like that video, please consider liking the video and subscribing.
Oh, I'm
and
definitely.
If you are mobile. Follow me at It's Bert, and why don't you watch this video
you're asking for
here,
too much.
where we look at the quickest TCG games ever caught on camera.
That was really cool. Honestly, that was a really cool video. I want to see more of birds here. We're gonna watch more videos soon. But yeah, amazing, amazing video to go back into the history of this. Now,
Hated card.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Like how this is gonna look next year, living rent free on my head. Please let me know which one is the one that is missing here. Chat, what do you think is missing from here? What is a card that is super hated? I'm trying to think right now. A card that is hated, that is missing. Do you think Dimensional Fissure should be here? No, right? I feel like Dimensional Fissure shouldn't... Or like Macrocosmos, a Rise Hard, Necro Valley. I would put a Rise Hard here, but that's a me thing. At least a Rise Hard is quote-unquote hard to summon, right? It's not just one card. You have to do stuff in order to get it. But it's still annoying. A Rise Hard. Yeah. Oh, Shockmaster? Dude, Shockmaster shouldn't Shockmaster be here? I feel like I was expecting Shockmaster. I don't know. Maybe I haven't played that format, so I don't really know. No, a Rise Hard? Interesting. Triamid, King Golem. I don't know which one that is. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Port of Greed. Port of Greed was never hated. I don't think so. You can say that it's a broken card, but it was never hated. So yeah, I'm sure there is a lot of cards that could be here. So let me know in the comments. Thank you, and thank you, Birds, for the amazing video. All right, let's go for the next one. Monkey board. What is monkey board? Let me see if we can go to... Oh, Joel, I need your help here. Joel, you told me that there were... Joel, are you there? So I don't want to bother you if you're not here. I think I can move this here. Yeah, I think this works. So it will be this. Dormouse. No, I don't think so. Yes. Okay, there is only 2 of these, right? Only 2 that I forgot, or are there more? Because I have this one, this video that you just sent, and the other one from the ones that I'm missing from Duel Links. I have these 2. Is there one more aside from the new ones, the new animations? What you need? Oh, the new animations from Duel Links. Duel Links? Yes. Love Duel Links. Is this everything, or am I missing something? I have 4 videos here. I have this one. The only 2 you miss are Nash and Alistair. Okay, so this is Nash, I guess, right? No, this is not Nash. Wait. Which one is Alistair? Wait, I don't see. This is not... None of this is... This is not Nash. Nash has seen better days. Well, I don't have the Nash one. Can you send me the Nash one then? And I also don't see Alistair in here. These are different people. Nash age regress, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you send me the ones that I'm missing, please? I don't know how to look them up without spoiling myself, so that I can like show a proper reaction or whatever. You can feel the rush now. Tend to hit big time. What the hell? Where's the reference there? Oh, we're going old school. Messenger of Peace. I don't know that one. I'll post it real quick. Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you so much. When we get there, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna get more water. I ran out of water. So give me a minute and I'll be back and we're gonna see the Duel Links ones. Okay? I'll be back really quick. All right, I'm back. Done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joel. Let's go to. Thank you. All right, let's get them really quick. Okay, we got them now.
Take to the.
The other one should be this. All right. I also posted the new special summoning animations for each mechanic. Should I do that in one video? All right, let's do it in one video then. Ooh, no, wait, this is 8 minutes. Hold on, let me think about this. Well, let's see how this goes. My god, I'm so scared of reading this. Me when the beta cocks with no skibidi rash duel enter my chat Sigma mail goated with the sauce Duel Links animation review. This sentence can kill a small Victorian child. I bet. Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you. No, the worst part is that I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, that's really bad. Okay, this is Alistair, Nash, and yeah, this. Okay, so first we have Alistair, then we have Nash, then we have Yugioh, I think. Then whatever this is this the same one? No, these are different ones. Yeah, these are different ones. And then the Yusei and okay, awesome. All right, let's start. Oh yeah, Sherry, sorry, we forgot. We were going to talk about your thing, right? We were talking about your recommendation. We can talk about it right after the dueling stuff, and then we go into it. So we can close like so many tabs. I have like 6 tabs here, and then we talk about the fixing the archetype thing. Yes. All right, we're back with more Duel Links. Wait, hold on, chat. Can you No, I thought you meant at the end of the stream. No, I meant at the end of that reaction, and I forgot about it. So yeah. Oh, can you say hi YouTube? I feel like that's because we're gonna post this on YouTube. Hi YouTube, yes, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, I love this. I love when I'm watching these videos and the chat is all like, hi YouTube. It's the best thing ever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that makes me so happy. Sorry, I got too excited there. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, let's see. Alright, we're back with more duel links. We're gonna see the ones that I missed from the previous one and also the new ones that just came out. So let's start with Alistair. Let's see. Holy, that's kinda loud.
Activate the seal of Orichalcos. You'll suffer even worse than my brother did.
Okay. Yo. Okay, this is already really, really cool. Oh, it's just the seal of Orichalcos? I thought it was gonna be a monster, not just the seal. That is so funny. It's just literally the seal. Okay, you know what? I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Hold on, let me see it again. Let me see it again. I thought it was a monster was gonna come out of that. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I don't know what to tell you. I just think it's neat. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting. His monster weren't printed. Dang. Mew and big symbol. No, that's exactly what it is. It's just big symbol. And you know what? I think it's cool. And it's such an iconic art in the anime, so I guess it makes sense. Insert double sub music. Okay. Let's go for the next one. Now, Nash.
The skies, number 101. Raise the souls of the disillusioned from the depths.
Okay. What am I witnessing? What is this?
Silent on her arm.
Not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan. I mean, okay, let me see it again.
On her arm.
I like what they do with the numbers. I think that's really cool. But other than that, it's just like static. This has no any animation. It's just like a Blender model. I don't know what I don't know what to say. He has a face? Since when? What? When's what? Where's the face? Huh? Huh? Oh, wait, what? Where is this? Where's the face? Okay. I don't know. It's alright. It's alright, I guess. Well, number one right now is the Alistair one, Nash second. So yeah, Nash Arrival was the point of the show where spoilers! Oh my god! No, I know what it is, don't worry. The man in the middle? I don't know. Well, let's go for the next one. Go for the next one. Yugioh Goha Air Formula Eagle. Okay, let's see. Let me lower the volume a little bit.
Faster than the speed of sound and cleave the skies. Air Formula Eagle.
That's a cool voice acting. Okay, this looks horrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but these cards look just so silly. This is just not for me. The animation is fine, but just like how the monster looks is just so ugly. I'm sorry. This is just ugly. I don't know what to tell you. Bird up. This is just not for me. Fun fact, the chaos version of these cards comes in the middle of the card. That's awesome. Oh no, more Rush Duel. 10 more years, 100 more years of Rush Duel slander. But I just think these cards don't look great, like, to put it simply. Alright, let's see this. What is this? Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Number 1, dueling is ramen. Number 2, ramen is dueling. Number
Ramen
3,
is dueling.
I am both. Number 4, since
Oh
we are
my god, it
safe.
keeps going.
Number 5, we battle as a single force. Level 7, Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja.
Oh no, man. Don't do this to me. Okay, I actually think this one is really cool. I know this is still silly, but I like it for me personally. I don't know what the hell you read there on the chat, Dio. But I support you, I guess. Just pretend it's a PS2 game. I guess I have to pretend. If I have to pretend that it's a PS2 game, I will be, oh, that's awesome, dude. I think this is really cool. I really like the design of this card. Like, it looks silly, but at least in a cool way, right? Let me see it again. It's just running, right, with the arms like that, which is better than Naruto run. It's better than that. It's fire. Nah, this is awesome. Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. No, that's awesome. That's so cool. What? What? But yeah, this is... I think this is the best one so far. This is better than the Seal of Orichalcos. So... yeah, those are the ones that I missed from the original videos. Now we're gonna get to the new ones. We have new animations from Crimson Dragon, I think, right? Let's see it. Jesus Christ. This is in Japanese, oh my god. Pepper, have you never heard the yo? Yeah, I know, I heard. Crimson Dragon. It's the Peruvian guy. It's the Peruvian place. Okay, and it looks just like the card. I like that they show the I don't know what it's called, like the pyramid thing. I think like that's really cool. This place, really awesome. That's the lore. Yeah, we love to see that. You know, I don't know how to explain it, but this doesn't get me hyped exactly. This doesn't exactly get me like hype for Crimson Dragon, but I think this is one of the best. I feel like this is one of the most correct because it shows that the place, right? That's not 3D. Wait, really? And it also ends in the pose. So I don't know. I think it's really cool. I think I really like this. Me when I summon a glorified combo piece. Yeah, I guess if you want to put it like that, it's kind of lame, but it's still like the most important card of 5Ds, right? Is it not? Oh no, dude, don't do this to me. Don't tell me. I'm watching 5Ds currently, so yeah, I know, fake fan. Oh my god, it's because, you know, Crimson Dragon is just a combo piece, not an end piece. No, I know that. Considering how the monster is used, it makes sense. I summon Nutbuster. Dang. Yes, it is the monster for 5Ds. Yeah, it's the most important one. So I think like this is one of the most well made. I don't know how else to put it. Sacrificing 1,000 points for it to summon El Monster. I mean, it's not Typhon. Well, anyways, let's go for the next one. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. There you go. Alright. Do we wanna watch the full thing? We're just here for the animation. We're just here for the animation. Let me get the Alright, let's see. Live stream. What? Shooting Quasar. Why is he... Why is he yellow? Yo. Okay, that was really cool. That was really cool. That was really cool. But why is Yusei yellow? Why is he like peace Yusei? Usopp, why are you yellow? What happened here? What is the lore behind this? Oh my god. There is no way. Having the light to be in the middle of the Crimson Dragon symbol is good. Yusei is gold. He's golden Yusei? Yeah, but why? Did Midas slap Yusei? Why he pissed? Yusei went Super Saiyan? There is no way. The ultimate synchro summon beyond normal synchro? Unclear, he just reached higher state of mind or something. You will find out. Okay, so this happens in the anime? That's crazy. Well, I guess we will find out when I finish the anime. He must just go back to his day with Jack. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is just the thing. Oh my god, what even is? Alright, let's go for the other animation. Red Nova. Dude, the music is so cool. That's really cool music. I think I'm getting biased because of the music. I think I'm so biased because of the music, but that was the coolest thing ever. I don't know how else to put it. That was the coolest thing ever just because of the music. Hold on, I need to hear that again. What the hell was that? Wait, what happened with his English accent? Yo! What the hell? That scream is so extra. The music is so extra. Wait, I might play this just because of the music. Hold on, chat. Is this what it takes? Am I so easy? Convinced? I'm just gonna be playing this because of the music, dude. There is no way. Ah, it's happening. It's happening, chat. It's happening. I think I already made my decision. That's from the JP anime. No way. Oh my god, I'm missing out for what because I don't have the way to watch this in JP. I'm watching it dubbed and I'm missing on this music. I'm so conflicted right now. Dang. Well, what can I say? Those were really cool ones. I feel like that's gonna. I'm biased. I cannot judge this properly because of the music. The music was just that good that I don't feel like it's fair. But from the ones that we've seen today, I think this is the best one. It's also the newest one, so it makes sense. Oh no! I also like the Crimson Dragon one. The Crimson Dragon one was really good. There's actually a video of all the defeat screams. I'm sure we will get there one day. I'm sure we will get there one day. But I thought he was Australian in the dub. Was he Australian? I thought he was British. I don't know my accents. As you can tell, I'm ESL, so I don't know. But yeah, thank you so much for... It's over, dude. We're done. We're caught up with all the animations. We're gonna be doing the tier list soon. And we're also gonna be doing the... right into the music in the future. So yeah, if you want to see more of that, don't forget to like and subscribe, and yeah, see you next time. Yeah, that was it, chat. We did it! Bye, YouTube! Duel Links music is really good though. It is really good. It is really good. Like, I will play it just because of the music, honestly. Okay, chat, we're done. We can close so many tabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think we're gonna watch this today. Sorry, Joel, thank you so much for sharing this. You're making my job so much easier with this. So thank you. Okay, so we're going back to the TCG now. Are you ready, chat, for more TCG content? You love the TCG. You love Yu-Gi-Oh! You love eating cardboard, chat. It's your favorite thing. It's your favorite thing. You're welcome. Thank you. Tag Force music is also really good. That's what I've heard. So we're gonna go to Tag Force probably next week before we do the tier list. The tier list is gonna take a while. But yeah. Now I love smelling fresh pack cards. Yeah. Alright, let's see the volume.
I decided to enter
Kinda loud.
on a whim, basically. And
Alright. Oh yeah, Sherry. Tell me, what exactly is what you want to do before we start this video? You want a series of videos about how to fix certain archetypes? Like, let's for example say, I make a prompt right now. Make Cyber Dragon meta with just one card, right? Create one card that will make Cyber Dragon tier 1 instantly. And then we analyze it. Yeah, pick an archetype and fix it. I'm gonna do it. There is no way. Why would I do that? We're gonna do the Sam video again. The idea is that we make the chat do it. Create a card that will make Cyber Dragon meta. Meta if you want, but not necessarily. No, well, we have to go. Come on. If we're making a YouTube video out of it, we have to make it the most extreme possible, right? Just patch his problem. No. It's not enough to patch his problems. It has to be tier 1. How do we make Cyber Dragon tier 1 with just one card? Okay, what is the right answer here? Let me think about this. How do we make Cyber Dragon tier 1? We give them a tier turn 0 card. If you want extreme, let your viewers call in. No. They have to write. They have to create a card. Write it. I will do it with a turn 0 card. Yeah, a turn 0 level 5. Let's just make Izuna, but for Cyber Dragon. Let's just make Izuna for Cyber Dragon. It's a level 5 that summons a Cyber Dragon from your deck. And then exceeds into infinity. It exceeds into infinity. That sounds so funny. Cyber Dragon Magician Girl. Cyber Dragon Magician Girl. How do you... Or should it fuse? What can it do? I'm thinking, like, because it's like maybe too much, right? Too much, probably. So you discard one card. No, that's even better. If you discard one card, that's even better. But yeah, it would be something like that. Or honestly, the new card, Cyber Revolution Dragon, or Cyber Dragon Revolution, or whatever. If that was a quick play, it would be amazing. Is Cyber Dragon the only non-meta archetype you play? No, I also play Nouvelle. I play Nouvelle. I play Suship. I play... what else do I play, chat? Does Dragoon Turbo counts as non-meta? Oh, I made a new deck, chat. I made a new deck for you. We're cooking for Saturday. I'm gonna be playing a new deck. It cost me 1 UR. 1 UR, and I made a new deck from a new archetype that you've never seen before. You never seen me play this before, and I also have never seen anyone play it. But I feel like it was designed for me. So right now I'm learning it, and I will be testing it on what is it called? On Saturday, yes. How about Cyber Dragon monster that lets you pay life points to summon Cyber Dragon from the extra deck? Any Cyber Dragon from the extra deck? Cyber Dragon monster that lets you pay points to. So like a Cyberstein, but Cyber Dragon. Oh, that's the joke that you're making. Oh, okay, sorry. Because you said cyber monster. Okay, I see. Quick effect: discard, add Cyber Dragon or a card that mentions Cyber or Cyber Dragon and sends as many Cyber Dragons or monsters that treat themselves as Cyber Dragon to the graveyard. Then fusion summon one Cyber Dragon monster using those monsters materials. They're done. It sounds a little convoluted, but I think I see what you mean. Fusion from deck will be crazy for Cyber Dragon. I think I got it. Hi, hello Samuel, welcome. I think I got it. What if it's a Typhon, right? Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. It's an Xyz monster that you can just overlay over any Cyber Dragon monster, right? On the field. You can overlay it over any Cyber Dragon, right? You overlay it if your opponent has special summon from their extra deck 2 times the previous turn, right? And then it scales into infinity. Why Xyz and not fusion? I guess it could be fusion, whatever, right? No. You need the materials. It has to be Xyz, so that you go into infinity then. Because we're trying to do it with just one card, right? Use this card as material, as one of the materials. Or a card that lets you fusion using Cyber Dragon spells from your hand or graveyard as well as machine monsters. Are you just saying cards that already exist? Must be first fusion summon. Or SS Vitality in Cyber Dragon. Special summon from the extra deck twice. Nah, make the shit on special summon. We want to milk those Yugi boomers dry. Hello, Exan. Hello, Samuel. Hello. Well, I'm getting deep into the Cyber Dragon thing. So yeah, that's an interesting thing to talk about. I'm gonna make the prompt later. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna talk about it with our creators to see what is the best way to implement that. And I'm gonna make an announcement. I'm gonna post it on YouTube. And anyone can reply on the YouTube comments there, and then we're gonna see it. Thank you so much for the idea, Sherry. That sounds really fun to do, but we will see how that goes. I don't know how good will it be, because the thing is, like, it will depend of the creativity of my community. Which, I'm gonna be honest, there is people that are really into designing cards like that and can get really into it, but I don't know if there is enough of them. But the ones that are really into it are really into it. So maybe we can get a few really cool ideas. You can banish one Cyber Dragon or fusion card from your graveyard. Apply the card effect to the fusions. You can banish one Cyber or fusion card from your graveyard. Apply that card effects for that fusion. You have to teach me Cyber Dragon. It's a simple archetype. That's why I'm talking about Cyber Dragon, because it's an easy archetype to understand and play. So you can easily make like a super busted card that will instantly make it meta, right? We're not talking balance. We're talking about Rotary here. We're talking about Kultun Rotary, something that will get banned the next ban list. Something that good. Okay. That is an interesting idea, and we're gonna see how that works in the following weeks. Let me cook that. But thank you so much for the idea, Sherry. So right now we should go into this video.
I just
Yeah, I think we're done. So say hi, YouTube. Hi. How a casual humiliated over 1,000 salty Yu-Gi-Oh players. Let's watch.
I just decided to enter on a whim, basically, and I ended up winning.
This is Marquise Henderson, a 16-year-old boy who has just performed the greatest upset in trading card game history.
In trading card game history, not just Yu-Gi-Oh! History. Oh my god, this has 1 million views already. I was thinking, like, so many people were recommending me this video. So, yeah, that sounds insane. I've never heard about this, so let's see.
Because he just won a 1,400-man Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship out of nowhere. Even more surprising was the fact that this was the first large Yu-Gi-Oh! Event he had ever attended.
See, that's why I don't go to tournaments, because I want to be this guy, right? I want to win my first ever tournament. That's why I don't go there, so I can retire with a 100% win rate.
Random kid who had never even won a local tournament would somehow embrace the heart of the cards to breeze through the top tables.
What was he playing?
Humiliating pro players along the way, some of whom were so salty that they refused to shake.
I saw his opponent from the round before refused to shake his hand. There is no way, dude. What was he playing? I saw Utopia there. How bad can it be?
The boy's hand after the match was over. You see, while his opponents used decks that cost thousands of dollars, Marquise instead scrounged together a deck using only cards that he could afford. But he would still somehow assemble a strategy that would completely counter the best decks in the metagame. Yet
that's Tengu. That's a good card. And there is also Mirror Force.
in the eyes of the elitist Yu-Gi-Oh community, not only was he a nobody, but he was piloting a mediocre, frustrating deck that they thought was terrible. So just how did he manage to conquer all odds and win a Yu-Gi-Oh championship? Well, allow me to explain. Our story starts in the year 2012, where Marquise is a freshman.
2012. Oh, we're getting there. 2012. That was 14 years ago, Chad. What were you doing 14 years ago? Were you even born? I assume most were in school. I assume most of you were in school in 2014. 2012 was the end of the world. Yeah, no, you're right. We're living in a simulation now. I was in middle school, going to high school. I was still in school. Yeah, that makes sense.
In high school, playing Yu-Gi-Oh casually with his friends during lunch. Though highly popular, Yu-Gi-Oh is one of the most expensive trading card games. Rare cards were frequently short printed, creating artificial scarcity, with the staple cards needed for each deck costing hundreds of dollars on the secondary market. Needless to say, it was difficult for anyone to acquire these powerful cards, never mind a boy in high school who had bigger priorities to save for, like hot lunch and Jordans. Now,
Jordans. Blink God or something? I bet.
Yu-Gi-Oh was also one of the most complex games, often with rules that weren't written anywhere in the official rulebook. Because of these reasons, despite the game being marketed towards children, the average tournament would still comprise mainly of adults in their 20s and 30s. So being only 16 years old certainly made things a lot harder. Now, Marquise would learn from his friends that there was a local card store in their area that hosted Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments every Saturday.
Dude, this is beautiful. This is all I ever want from life. God, I wish that was me. There's no way. They never said how to launch it for the use. The hell?
With a flood of eager duelists occupying every square foot of the store. Though he consistently attended these tournaments for months, he would never win a single one.
I wasn't even really playing, but for like a year and a half.
Oh my god. He's an adult. It makes sense, but it's still scary. Like 2 minutes, even 2 minutes, and I just picture a child. It's like, yeah, this child is now an adult.
Started. But yeah, I'd never won locals before. I've been playing just with my friends and stuff like that.
Being a big city, the players in his local scene in Atlanta were much more skilled and had the budget to play the most powerful decks. Yet with each and every tournament, Marquise would slowly improve. After school,
from 16 to 30, oh my god. Jesus.
He would go online to research the metagame on forums and watch videos to learn the combos. Outside of drumline and basketball, Yu-Gi-Oh had quickly become his favorite hobby. While his skills were no doubt improving, being a high school student, he still didn't have access to the game's strongest cards. Popular decks at the time included the Dino Rabbit strategy, which leveraged the cuddly rescue rabbit.
What is this editing, dude? Why are we... Okay, dude. Rescue Rabbit. Iconic.
To summon out 2 normal dinosaurs that could be combined into the Evolzerlogia and Dolka to negate card and monster effects.
Evolzer is that old? I didn't know Evolzer was that old. Interesting.
It would go toe-to-toe with the wind-ups, a combo deck that could set up an army of toys and rip away the opponent's hand on the first turn with a loop that involved recycling the wind-up hunter over and over again. But they made these decks really hard to put together. Their signature cards were printed in the highest rarity, secret rare, which meant you would be lucky to even pull one out of a box of 36 booster packs. To give you an example, Rescue Rabbit and Evolve Zordoka were both $80 each, and cards like Wind Up Zenmains were $150.
What the hell? What are these prices, dude? What, you can get a full deck with this amount of money now? Well, was expensive back then? I guess it's inflation and stuff, but still, it's just so weird. People saying cards were cheaper back then were lying. People are insane. But we go back to the same topic again, right? People saying that, oh, it was better before. It was more fun. It was whatever. It was cheaper. How, dude? You just didn't have real cards. You were just playing with absolute trash. That's why it was cheaper, because you weren't playing with actual good cards, right? And you can do that right now. You can get a super cheap deck of trash cards, and even now you can get like an actual really good deck for like $30. So I don't know what we're talking about here. There is no way things were cheaper before. Absolutely no way. Someone collecting $50 bills. I see. Yeah. Wind Up Zenmains. Pegasus scripted dual card. Oh. Okay, Snake Eyes didn't even cost as much as this. Yeah, wow. Okay.
And most of the time you could play up to 3 copies of a given card, so if you multiply that, it was pretty ridiculous even by modern day standards. But it gets worse, because there were 2 cards that were so powerful, every single deck would have to play them. Tour Guide from the Underworld was a—
What? Fiends, right? The original Fiendslop.
generic monster that summoned Sangan from the deck, who could then search for all of the other deck's signature monsters when he was sent to the graveyard. But it also spawned 2 bodies for an instant XC summon. Like,
they made it prove like, oh yeah, you cannot synchro with this, but you can exist with it.
Levier the Sea Dragon to revive Rescue Rabbit, or Wind Up Zenmighty to summon out any wind-up. And 3 copies of Tour Guide cost $450 because of its secret rarity, and of course, the waifu tax. Then
the waifu tax. I cannot believe that he actually said that. No, that's the card from Farfa's background, yes.
there was Max C, a shiny bug that let the user draw a card for every summon the opponent conducted on a given turn. A mandatory counter to heavy combo decks like the windups, and one of the only ways to circumvent the turn 1 hand loop when going second.
And here comes the infamous loop, folks.
It's ironically
I never actually seen anyone use windups. Really, that's when windups were the #1 thing. Is I think when I stopped playing, or I think I stopped playing before windups. And then I heard my friends talking about windups. So I actually never saw someone, but I remember the time where everyone was talking about windups. Yeah.
Still one of the most powerful cards in modern day, which justifies its $100 price tag at the time. In total, this meant that you would have to spend well over $1,000 to build a solid Yu-Gi-Oh!
Over $1,000 to build a solid one, not even the best one, a solid one. Right now it's like a third of that, I think, right? To get an actual good one.
Deck. Without these staple cards, you were basically put at a significant disadvantage. A barrier that many players would struggle with at the time, and honestly that kind of continues to this day. Marquise would obviously feel players would struggle with at the time, and honestly that kind
Oh, I'm lying. Oh, I'm lying. I'm just straight up lying, I guess. Sorry, chat, I was lying. I know the chat is kind of covering it, but whoa. I guess I'm just a liar. Sorry, chat. I wasn't wrong. I was just lying.
kind of continues to this day. Marquise would obviously feel a little discouraged, knowing that this was an issue that he and his friends had faced. But one day in their group chat, one of Marquise's friends excitedly shared an idea.
Oh no, dude. You're not aware. Oh no, I know that this is relevant in Duel Links. It's a character. Give me a second, just gonna sell my liver for those decks. Yeah, no, totally. I support you. That's people adding the Drown Tuner. Okay. Wait, hold on, what? The Drown Tuner? What? Huh? Yo, Marquis, you seen this deck? It won Nats last year. Low-key kinda nice, and cards are cheap. Wow, this looks pretty cool actually. Bro, I hate skill tree. Dude, Kevin is my Yoshi, dude. Thank you, Kevin. Bro, I hate skill train. I love this. Holy shit. Oh my god. We have a white tour guide. What the hell? You need a 3? Alright, what? Skill train was a 3 back then? That's crazy.
A deck that had somehow won the national championship the year prior out of nowhere. It was a TG stun deck.
My friend showed me, he's like, oh, like this deck is cheap, you can play this deck. I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
A strategy that leveraged using trap cards to stun the opponent out from playing. Like skill.
No, I don't want to support our friend here. There's no way, it's a Floodgate player, no.
Skill Drain, which as the name would imply, negated all monster effects on the field.
Skill Drain stops everything. And in my head, I was like, I didn't know too much. I was like reading all the cards, I'm like, is this not the best card in the game?
Now, the whole concept of the TG deck was to stun out the opponent using the trap cards, while the Tech Genesis monsters were to replace themselves when they were destroyed in combat, creating a cycle of near infinite resources while whittling down the opponents using the traps. And since these effects activated in the graveyard, they were unaffected by Skill Drain, which only negated monster effects on the field.
This deck is like great. Like this is the one I just win the most with. I just played so much with it. Played it for like 5 or 6 months, just that one deck.
Marquise quickly.
I think I've never heard of TG. That's... Oh. Tech Genesis? Is it Tech Genesis? Tech Genius? What?
Jumped onto the idea. The cards were relatively cheap for the most part and easily accessible. The only problem with this deck was that its competitiveness was rather short-lived. By this time, it had since been outclassed by newer cards and excessive power creep that was difficult for trap-based decks to keep up with, especially when going second. So the deck had been dropped by the rest of the player base. But Marquise would continue playing TGs. It became his signature deck, and he strove to make it even better, making tweaks to it day by day. This would continue for the next...
he's actually creating stuff. He's just not copying the deck. He's actually doing it.
Few months, and as time passed, Marquise would eventually participate in regional tournaments. These were events on a larger scale that would attract stronger opponents, often a few hundred who would travel from other cities in hopes of placing in the top percentile to receive an invite to the national championship.
Oh, TG Librarian. Okay, TG Librarian is the only card that I know from that archetype. I didn't know it was an archetype. I just thought that was his name. I didn't know he was an archetype.
Championship held at the end of the year. His best finish at these regionals would be a 7-3 final record, a career highlight. An impressive feat on paper, but not exactly notable in the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene, for you would typically need a 9-1 record to place in the top 8 and receive prizing. So naturally, no one in the competitive scene would know the name Marquise Henderson, never mind even in his own local area. But just a few months later, this would change completely.
Oh no. I'm scared.
It was soon announced that Atlanta would be the host city for the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, the most competitive tournament at the...
oh my god! Oh my god, is that Vanquisol K9 versus Branded Dracotail? Meta bad?
Highest peak of the game that would draw over 1,000 duelists, including notable pro players who dominated the tournament circuit. Now, Marquise was rather unfamiliar with championship-level tournaments. His familiarity with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Was limited mostly to his area, with regional tournaments being the extent of what he had experienced. So when his friends told him about YCS Atlanta, he figured it'd be the size of regionals, with 100 players or 2 at most. But he had no idea that this...
Dude, I will throw up there. Hello, Inti. Welcome. If I was here, I don't think my social anxiety. I'm too introverted for this. There is no way. I will be like shitting and pissing and throwing up, dude. There is no way. Is if you watch the video of the TG anime duelist. Hell, guess what day it is? Is it your birthday? Happy birthday, Inti. You're about to see some disgusting prices, Pepper. I'm scared. Zoom in. Can you spot a girl? We saw like girls in this video before, I think, but I'm pretty sure there is at least a few.
This would be something far greater than you would have ever imagined.
My friend just told me about this event. Like, I didn't know what it was going to be. I thought it was like 50, 100 people. My dad, the first day I went to the event, YCS, he's like chilling in the freaking convention center. He's like, oh yeah, we can go to the convention center. I'll go with you.
Please do not play near the escalators or and staircase. Yeah, I feel like that's a given. Is it actually your birthday? Happy birthday! I actually mean it. Happy birthday.
you.
On the Friday of the tournament, his dad would drive him to the
What the hell is this? What? Dude, the editing in this video is crazy. I love this editing. This is amazing.
to pick up their entry badges. And only upon entering would he be shocked by the sheer scale of the event. Instead of a few hundred players, there was well over 1,000.
There was like a million people running around. I'm like, I don't even want to enter. He's like, you have to enter. We're already here. I'm like, okay, I'll enter.
A robust hall filled with the most competitive, daring challengers, many of whom had ventured from the opposite side of the country to test their skills. You see, the winners of this tournament in particular would receive the coveted Blood Mephist prize card, that to this day sells for
What the what is this, dude? $20,000? Excuse me? $20,000. Holy. This to me this is life-changing money. There is no way.
Thousands of dollars. Unlike the other
I think I've seen it before. I think I've seen it before in this type of videos, but I've never seen this card actually being played though. Yeah, I've never seen this card being played, but I've heard about this card when people are talking about prize cards and stuff like that. But no, I actually don't know what it does. What does it say? Once per turn during your opponent's standby phase, you can inflict 300 damage to your opponent for each card your opponent controls. Each time your opponent sets a spell or trap, inflicts damage to your opponent. And it's a level 8 synchro. It's alright. 20k for a piece of cardboard is insane. Yeah, no. Well. Alright.
Prize cards, and for reasons unknown, the Blood Mephist has never been reprinted. Rumors say it's due to
never been reprinted. What the hell?
Legal reasons with the card's original artist, meaning that the only copies of the card in existence to this very day were the limited copies given out to the winners of these tournaments.
Oh, okay, then it makes perfect sense why I never seen it. Interesting.
Making it now one of the rarest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh history. So naturally, there was a big prize at stake. But
so yeah, obviously, right? People outside of they don't care about Yu-Gi-Oh. They see this like 20k for a piece of cardboard. That's crazy. Well, it's a very unique card. Yeah. How's it? Were we playing that card? I don't know. Is it legal to play? Is that legal? Can someone just play this? Because it's not even good, right? It's alright. At the time, maybe it was really good, but I don't know. Yes, it is legal to play, even though there is only a few copies of it. People usually also... Yes, it's legal. That's crazy. Usually also only sell that card for charity events. Oh. Interesting.
Before the tournament had even begun, these players had already activated their strongest card, the credit card. The vendors were completely overwhelmed, with players swiping left and right, forced to pay premiums on last-minute cards that they needed for competition the very next day. Most of them were using Dino Rabbit or Windups, with a few other decks in between that were equally as pricey. Luckily for Marquise, the expensive cards in his TG deck, like Pot of Duality and Solemn Warning, had already been reprinted the year prior, costing only a few dollars instead of hundreds. But
only a few dollars instead of hundreds. Wild.
Nevertheless, he still wanted to make important additions to his deck where possible. With only $40 left to his name, Max C was out of the equation, certainly putting him at a disadvantage, especially when going second, and he would perhaps be the only player in the entire hall that was not playing the card.
What language is that? Also, hello, Orange Cat with murdering intent. Hi, welcome. I'm good, thank you. But I appreciate it.
But at the same time, he had a feeling inside that for his trap-heavy deck, he wouldn't need it. And you know, saving $300 didn't seem like a bad idea either. Instead, Marquise walked up to the vendors and decided to finally splurge on a lone copy of Bryanak, Dragon of the Ice Barrier. A card that wasn't necessary for the deck at all, but could be made in niche scenarios with a TG Striker, and was another step to optimizing his deck into the strongest it could possibly be for the tournament the next day.
This is a rare side of Yugi actually deck building. To me, this is crazy. We usually don't see this.
Spent my last $40 on the Bryonak. that I needed for my deck. I summoned it once, but it won me the game, so it was freaking worth it.
Lastly, in place of the Max C, he opted instead to run 2 copies of the Beast King Barbaros, a card that had never seen play before. Though
what's this do? You can normal summon this card without tributing, but its original attack becomes 1900. You can tribute 3 monsters to tribute... Huh? You can tribute 3 monsters to tribute summon, but not set this card. If summoned this way, destroy all cards your opponent controls. Always felt like Yui will put... Yeah, because it's scripted, right? Obviously. Good mentality, I won because that card, so it was worth it. Obviously, right? Yeah. Guilford, the lightning, but bear, basically. Is it? In a Yu-Gi-Oh character deck building is like a bat of or hot spring scene in our anime. What?
Printed as a level 8 with an attack value of 3000, Beast King had an effect that would allow its user to drop its attack to 1900 and normal summon it without...
Oh, this is good because of a skill drain. Oh, okay. So you can just summon it because the effect is on hand, right? You can just normal summon it without tributing, but because the effect is negated, it gives 3000 attack. So it's just a big meatball. It's just a big meatball. Oh, this is awesome, dude.
Tributing any monsters. But while Skill Drain was on the field, it would negate this drawback completely and restore its attack back to 3000, threatening even the Blue Eyes White Dragon. His deck would maximize the full capacity of Skill Drain, a card whose potential he recognized early on. Thunder King Ryle would stun the opponent from searching their deck for cards, while Horn of the Phantom Beast boosted his beast monsters and let him draw a card each time the monster trampled over an opposing one by battle. And last but not least, Reborn Tengu was a pesky beast warrior who could be powered up by the horn and also replace itself when it was removed from the field. In total, his deck would cost just over $100, and most of the players in the hall would scoff at the idea of this deck being remotely competitive.
I wonder
until
why.
day 1 of the tournament kicked off, which would start off extremely well for Marquise Henderson, who jump-started his event with 6 wins and 0 losses. With his friends shocked beyond belief, Marquise was completely locked in.
I ended up going 6-0, and that's when I was like, what the heck? So
he would only drop his
not even himself believed it. There is no way.
First match in round 7 to an empty jar deck. Another rogue strategy that relied on decking out the opponent by looping the morphing jar over and over again.
And then I lost round 7 to very insane opponent. I'm sitting here reading is this works? Yeah, this works. So this freaking empty jar guy, I even flipped skill drain on him, and he's literally still killing me through skill drain. Flip up and then I'll chain Book of Moon. Okay, now it's face down, I'll dump your hand again. I was like, what are you talking about?
But outside of this, all of his other opponents had utilized powerful meta decks, and some of these opponents became perturbed, for Marquise would have to read a lot of their cards, which agitated them even further.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is so scary. This is such an anxiety nightmare for me. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I've never seen that card. It's not in Master Duel. Can I read it, please? I have never seen that Draco Tail card. What the hell? Oh no.
Because this dude was going around playing a frustrating rogue deck, but also reading the popular cards that they would have expected him to know with a 6-0 record at a major tournament like this. And both his opponents and the judges were especially shocked to find that Marquise wasn't familiar with the combos and rulings that they thought were basic.
He didn't know meta. He didn't know the rules of the game. No way. I read everything and anything mostly happens in branded opponent. What the hell?
When I say I wasn't really that into the game, I hadn't played for that long, the judge had to explain me for a minute or two about the rulings of Wind Up Shark and Wind Up Magician. So I'm like, how does that work? And I'm like, I don't know, whatever. I had to read a lot of the cards. Yeah, it was just a lot. I didn't know dueling was that much.
It also pissed him off even further that he was flipping cards like Skill Drain that nullified their expensive cards.
Some people didn't like the deck because obviously you just stun your opponent, stuff like that. Yeah, it is what it is. Obviously I drew the right traps very often, drew Skill Drain a lot.
These players were completely shocked, and word of mouth spread pretty quickly. Online chatter slowly begun with rumors of an unknown duelist who was playing in his first ever YCS with a budget version of an outdated deck idea that pissed off the pro players at the top table.
Remember when the rulebook came with the structure decks? Yeah, I remember. and he just activated one fucking card, and then he didn't need to know what the effects were. So true. So true.
While many reveled in the chaos and cheered Marquise on, others were less than optimistic. Some of the pro players at the event even refused to shake his hand after the match, as they were extremely salty about the prospect of losing to such a player, and a deck that locked them down from playing. Never mind one that was full of cheap, low-rarity cards.
I don't know if he appreciated, like, you know, I just kept drawing skill drain. I kept drawing freaking skill drain, and he actually MST'd when I flipped another one in response. So I just have freaking 2 skill drains. He killed when I just have another one. So he was mad about that.
Marquise would play against
I would be mad about that. I mean, how is it possible? How can I lose to this guy? My deck is 10 times more expensive. There is no way.
several opponents utilizing the Dino Rabbit deck, a matchup that he found to be favorable midway throughout the tournament. He would set as many trap cards as possible and then use Skill Drain to lock out their signature Evolzar monsters.
What I was
His cards aren't even Gucci. He's a brokey. How am I losing? I fist bump instead of handshake. It's fine. That's fine. At least you acknowledge the point of the handshake, right?
Most afraid of was the Dino Rabbit deck, because they can just use like a free negate. I'm like, oh well, you can't even get around that. There's nothing you can do. I didn't even know what Dino Rabbit did at the time. I was scared of it. Some of the matches were just like brain dead easy. It wasn't even me. It was just like a good meta choice.
And at this point, you're probably wondering how he did so well. I mean, it's his first major tournament. He's picking up cards to read them. His opponents are frustrated. What was the secret sauce that Marquise had implemented? Well, for starters, none of his opponents were really prepared, and many of their decks would lack adequate trap removal or ways to counter skill drain. You see, a lot of these players weren't even playing Mystical Space Typhoon, which was a classic way to destroy a spell and trap card.
Yeah, I know you made a joke about where your hands have been. Yeah, no, okay. Remember Fuyo Friendship because of the rule changes? Yeah. You cannot handshake, yeah.
In its place, they instead elected to play high-impact hand disruption cards that could be used on the first turn to try and stop the opponent from comboing, like
Hand
Effect
traps
Failure to negate
in
the
my
wind-up
old
combo.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
And ironically, these cards happen to be absolutely useless against Marquise's TG stun deck, which neither summoned a lot of monsters nor utilized their effects.
Because no one really cares about like the trap decks back then. Like, at least in that specific event, a lot of people just didn't even play MST. And I don't think some of them sided it. It was kind of smooth sailing if you just get that up and it was like you can stun your opponent, because a lot of people didn't see it coming.
Since no one was prepared for it, this meant that Skill Drain was there to stay on Marquise's field, allowing him to ultimately finish with an impressive 9-2 final record.
I called my dad, I was like, oh yeah, you're just going to play in the tournament, have fun, whatever. And I called him after like round 9, I was like, oh, I think I have to come back. I think I have to come back to this. And he's like, why? I'm like, well, there's like a day 2. And I guess like I made the day 2. He's like, okay, we'll come back.
Also, if you guys are enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe
What the
to the
hell
channel.
is this? Did we see the same thing there? Hello? Is that official? There is no way, right? Oh, wait. I should have just gone here.
Like I made the day 2. He's like, okay, we'll come back.
Also,
What? I think it's official, chat. I think this is an actual thing that exists. There is no way. Is that Tristan? What the hell? Who is this? Who even is this? Who invited her?
so if you guys are enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and touch that like button. After the 11 Swiss rounds, the final standings were announced before the top 32 players would face off in a sudden death playoff bracket to ultimately decide the winner of the tournament. And in 12th place was none other than Marquise Henderson. His friends erupted in cheers. Marquise had done the impossible. He had made the top cut of a tournament with almost 1,400 players and defeated multiple pro players along the way with his own unique strategy. But his job wasn't done yet. He still had more Yu-Gi-Oh! To play. His top 32 and top 16 matches would be against Alistair Albanes and Michael Lux, 2 pro players with dozens of prior accolades, the former with a second place championship finish and the latter a first place champion. Both players were using Dino Rabbit, which Skill Drain and a plethora of traps would take care of.
I was in the top cut, and you know they like rope off the freaking place for you for like the duelist to play. Had me, and I'm like looking at the concession. So when I won, like, oh, can I go over there? And he's like, no, you can't go in. You got to freaking stay here and do. I'm like, oh, this is freaking serious. Like, what the heck? I can't believe they're like keeping tabs on you. I was like, okay.
On an empty stomach, top 8 would be an uphill battle, for his opponent John Oxendine would utilize a wind-up strategy that could.
Why this guy has like a photo shoot of, or is this like a profile picture? What is this?
spell doom for Marquise if he went second. Like I mentioned earlier, the deck had a signature turn 1 combo that could discard nearly every single card in Marquise's hand before he even had a turn to play, especially because his deck lacked the one defensive card that could refill his hand to prevent this, Max C. But luckily for Marquise, he would win the die roll and go first, setting up skill drain, which was more than enough to stop the windups from, well, winding up.
I did go second against a lot of wind. They just didn't have hand. Again, I just lucky. I don't know what the statistics of that are.
Narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to a little bit of luck with the dice roll, the semi-final match would once again test his fortune.
Wind up? they are really cute, yes, but they're also like in concept, it's a cool concept of the toy wind-up toys. I feel like I would play that, maybe. I don't know. Would I play that? No, I don't think I will.
It was another wind-up opponent, a pro player by the name of Anthony Pasquarello. Now, Anthony's deck actually played 2 copies of Mystical Space Typhoon. And though Marquise would open the dice roll once again with a set skill drain, Anthony would open with both copies of Mystical Space Typhoon. But the rest of his hand didn't contain any monsters, allowing Marquise to
no, bro, breaked.
Simply beat him down. Even more interesting was the fact that Anthony had anticipated the existence of rogue trap decks, and to account for this even further, he would also side deck copies of Royal Decree, a continuous trap card that negated the effects of all other trap cards. And in the second game, he would open with a copy of Royal Decree and Mystical Space Typhoon, the perfect cards to counter Marquise's strategy. But just like in the first game, the rest of his hand was rather weak, with a lone wind-up rabbit as his only line of offense, which wasn't the card he needed to initiate the wind-up hand loop combo. And not only this, but Marquise would top deck his own copy of Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy the Royal Decree, allowing him to set up his army of trap cards and ultimately win the match. Marquise's Guardian Angel was evidently working overtime.
Okay, I don't want to be mean, and I don't want to be that guy that is like salty about this again, even though this happened like, what was it? 14 years ago? But like, it seems like he's getting lucky. It just seems like he's getting lucky. I don't know.
Ironically, Hansei Aguero, the winner of Nationals a year prior and the pioneer of the TG stun deck, yes, the very man who Marquise got his idea from in the first place, would also make the top cut with Dino Rabbit. But he would be knocked out early by another player, so the two wouldn't cross paths. But he would give Marquise a few motivational words for what would be the most important match in his entire life, the finals. His opponent would be the last remaining Dino Rabbit player in the tournament, and the stakes were higher than ever.
The guy in the finals, his name was Roman Rodriguez. I still freaking remember him. Great opponent. It was a great duel. He actually said in the middle, he's like, don't take my picture. And the staff was like, well, we need a picture. He's like, no, I don't do picture. So like, you won't find a picture of him anywhere. So had he come in first, you actually wouldn't have a picture of the winner at all.
Okay, I'm gonna be mean. You said, yeah, which people are saying was how Jesse Cotton won, well, because shit, is Decotail bad, and he won. Lucky Safa playing card. Well, but you have to understand the difference between Jesse Cotton, who has won other 8 YCS, right? He's consistently being good every time, right? So even if it's like whatever that he's doing that seems like weird, it's like, oh, he's definitely cooking something, right? But like, if you're playing against someone who literally doesn't know the rules, I feel like it's fair to assume that he's like lucky, right? Yeah, but Decotail bad? I guess. I know you could refuse a picture, that's cool. Huh?
Honestly, Marquise would go first yet again and set up the deck's most optimal opening play. A Beast King Barbaros backed behind 4 powerful trap cards, with, you guessed it, one of them being Skill Drain. But the icing on top was a Starlight Road that would protect his field from being wiped away by Roman's Heavy Storm.
Oh my god.
In the second game, with his back against the wall staring down his worst nightmare in the form of 2 Ovosarlagias, he would somehow top deck a Pot of Duality, revealing the top 3 cards of his deck to add one to his hand.
I used 2 traps, made 2 negates, but I'm still like dying. Did duality and I got Dark Hole. I freaking cleared it. So like, it was like the double Lagia, like the thing I was most afraid of. I ended up like somehow getting out of that. It was so lucky.
With the last revealed card miraculously being the Dark Hole that he needed to wipe away his opponent's entire board.
This is what I'm saying.
This was a game-winning move that would raise the trophy and the Blood Mephist into the air by the newly crowned champion of YCS Atlanta, Marquise Henderson.
I'm Marquise Henderson.
Speak a little louder, bro.
I'm Marquise Henderson. I just decided to enter on a whim, basically. I decided to enter with TG Stun, and I ended up winning.
Like, I didn't even like realize after I won. I was so locked in at the end of the day. I was like, at the end of like the finals, I was like, I don't know, like I didn't know what to do. I was like, we're still no more dueling. Like, I actually was just in the thick of it. Now I call my dad. Like,
it happens.
With word of his victory, the entire Yugi net erupted. While the reaction was generally positive, many people couldn't fathom that a nobody had won such a prestigious tournament, especially a first-timer. And of course with a strategy that no one felt was playable. Now, funny enough, there would be another TG stun deck in the top 32 alongside Marquise, propelling the deck to finally be respected once more. But the pros were angry. They felt that Marquise's deck building was suboptimal. He had played a budget-friendly alternative to the optimal build, foregoing important metagame cards like Max C that, in their opinion, was a non-negotiable. It was the only way of winning against windups when going second. Beyond that, they also said his ratios were incorrect, like playing one lone copy of Solemn Warning, one of the most powerful trap cards in the game that could negate any summon. Then they molded at the fact that Marquise had side decked 3 copies of Death Wombat, a card that was played for the sole purpose of countering burn decks.
Alright, nobody probably knows what this card is.
That's so funny.
Man, read this, please, guy. Continue.
Death Wombat. No effect damage. Really hate burn. I never sided him because I never played Chamber, which I'm so happy about. You ain't play too much windup.
Except that burn decks were rogue in particular, and it was highly unlikely that anyone had entered a championship tournament with one. Meaning Marquise had effectively...
it's as likely as him playing his also bullshit deck. So this could also happen. I think it's like a realistic thing to expect, right? Because that absolutely counters you, right? So I don't see why not. Yeah, he was playing a rogue deck. Yeah, exactly.
Wasted 3 critical slots in his 15-card side deck to account for a non-competitive deck that he'd encountered once or twice at locals. But it gets even worse. One popular rumor would spread online saying that Marquise was autistic, which wasn't true.
Excuse me?
One popular rumor would...
He is autistic, so it's nice to see a kid like him still win. What the fuck? Excuse me? Okay, and even if that was the case, like, what about it? What the hell?
Spread online saying that Marquise was autistic, which wasn't true at all, but, okay.
It's actually funny. During the tournament, they did start a rumor that I was autistic. And like, oh, this autistic kid won the event. It's like, great, blah, blah. And it's freaking, I thought it was funny. But no, I'm not autistic anyway. But they started that rumor.
Their only way of rationalizing that Marquise had won was a possibility of him being a savant. Someone who had become a Yu-Gi-Oh genius.
Oh, because he wasn't nervous? Huh? It's because this was his first tournament and he was nervous. It's weird.
Some would accuse him of cheating, saying that the only plausible explanation was sleight of hand or rigging of the game and not talent. After all, he had completely shaken up the expectations of what should have won. In their eyes, only a pro player should have been able to win, and using a deck that cost thousands of dollars. A lot of players online would complain about Marquise getting extremely lucky, almost uncharacteristically. One commenter would say, just gonna throw this out there, but the 2 feature matches they put up, his opponents had pretty bad hands, and he had outs to everything. Dude has Yugi level luck.
I think that's true. I think like it can happen every now and then that someone just gets extremely lucky. I don't think he was cheating. I generally think he just got that luck. He's just like that lucky, obviously, not to diminish the rest of the deck building and stuff, right? Because he obviously had a plan, but he also got lucky. There is no way.
He would frequently win the dice roll and go first, which was the crucial way of winning with a trap deck that could set up an army of defensive options before the opponent got a chance to play. They explored every possible angle to discredit Marquise's victory, but at the same time, others would defend him. Excited that a rogue strategy had won the event, piloted by a new player who had put the rich and the mighty in their place, showing everyone that Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't just about activating the credit card.
I think way more people were just like, hey, listen, like this is a cool deck, you know, I didn't expect to win. This is a nice thing that happened. So honestly, it was way more positive than negative. People can.
Oh, obviously, right? It can happen. It's a good thing, I guess. I don't know. I just don't like floodgates winning. I just don't like that idea.
up afterwards, like, oh, I really want to play this deck. I think this deck is cool.
Ironically, after his victory, many players even adapted and would begin playing the TG Stun deck. If a 16-year-old kid who had never entered a championship could win with an incomplete build, then the deck had certainly outperformed in some capacity.
But it was only good because no one was expecting it. If everyone starts building that, then it's not good anymore because everyone will be prepared for that. Hello, Hector. Welcome, welcome. The rich lost, so that's what matters. Well, the other guys were also playing Floodgates. Oh, everyone was playing Floodgates? Okay, well. If they didn't want you to play stun, why they wouldn't make stun cheap? No. It's cheap because it's bad.
This was short-lived, however, as the deck was almost immediately hit on the ban list, with both TG Striker and Reborn Tengu, two of the deck's main monsters, being restricted. Though not necessarily due to the TG Stun deck, for both of these cards were also abused in other decks around the same time, catching it in the crossfire.
But yeah, that was literally my first big event. The stars aligned. That's all I'll say. The stars aligned.
Yeah, he acknowledges.
It was a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh going on. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh moments. But that was the only YCS I ever entered, and I ended up winning.
At the end of the day, it seems that all the stars would align for Marquise to win the championship on that fateful weekend. A combination of fortune, his opponents being unprepared, and the power of skill drain were all factors that played into this. But regardless, his skill was what mattered the most. No matter how lucky you get, you still have to be extremely good at the game to win a championship of 1,400 players. But all of this would come together perfectly to allow him to achieve the greatest monumental feat in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh history. Nevertheless, this would seemingly be the most fortuitous weekend for Marquise Henderson, as he would never again perform at a major Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
To this day, actually, that was the only YCS I ever entered. But that was the only YCS I ever entered, and I ended up winning.
Instead, retiring from play and starting his own trading card vending booth in Atlanta at the popular card show Charlie's Collectible Show.
I ended up just vending mostly just Yu-Gi-Oh, but it just became more and more. Well, I have a booth in Charlie's Collectible Show, both in the Atlanta and the Houston locations. I can't say enough about Charlie's Collectible Show. Like, they're insane. Like, the owner's done a lot for me. Maybe 60 or 70 like card vendors, anime, sports, like video games.
With a booth called Trading Cards LLC, so if you're in the Atlanta or Houston area, definitely go check out the show. Who knows, you might even see the legend in person. And what happened to the prized Blood Mephist, you might ask?
So, because I was 16, I was kind of broke. When I realized that card was actually worth money, I sold it on eBay. Somebody told me it was $1,000. I'm like, I'll just list it for $6.
This is the most shocking part. Oh my god, this hurts the most, bro. No, he was a teenager. Yeah, but yeah, I guess $600 is a lot for a teenager, but like, it was $1,000. Come on. Come on. Yeah, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
$600. Someone had bought it like that day, and I was like, somebody got a good deal. There you go. Hopefully somebody still has and they're taking care of it. But I still have the trophy, of course.
Regardless, his accomplishment would forever be ingrained as one of the greatest miracles in Yu-Gi-Oh history, with the community recognizing that Marquise had overcome every possible adversity to embrace the heart of the cards and achieve the impossible.
Oh, that's the video. Okay. That's awesome. That's awesome. Really cool video. Really cool story. I wasn't aware of this. And as always, it's cool to see how the meta was different back then and how the community was also different back then. That's really cool. So... Wait, dude. This is awesome.
The expensive cards in...
This is so awesome. Will this ever happen again? Do you think someone could like get like you know, the stars align and stuff and have Yu-Gi-Oh moments, like Heart of the Cards moments, and just completely destroy the... I feel like people are also not prepared. Like, this could happen, not realistically. This could happen. It can happen again. But yeah, it's really hard to replicate. We're nearing a 30th anniversary. Yeah. Unigraph is basically this now. No one knows what to do. I think that's not true. I feel like pro players will always know if that's a deck that is played right now. So yeah, we will go. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just gonna go for the next video now. Next video. Can we watch Cat with a Mustache? Yes. It's here. Cat with a Mustache, just what you wanted. Just because of you, Guess World. Guy with the mustache. But first, give me 1 minute. I really need to pee. Give me 1 minute, chat. 1 minute, and we'll go back to watch Cat with the Mustache video. So I'll be back really quick. Hold on, I'll be back. I'm back. Pepper, one thing before you start the new video. I think I found the Duel Links theme. My Duel Links thing? Alright, alright. In the Discord. Okay, let me see. The winning theme too. Sounds awesome. Wait, why is this my Interesting. We're gonna give it a proper listen when it's time to rank them. But yeah, for now, that sounds awesome. Dude, the Duel Links music is so good. Can't wait to get into that properly. So yeah, let's watch Neos. Universal you made this year. Neos and Neos Patience. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Favorite Neos fusion. Favorite Neos fusion. I think Magma Neos is cool. Neo Seki Jaden 8. Alright. Let's start with the video. Wait. I think the volume is a little loud. Neo's 2023 experience. Let's watch. Alright, it might be a little loud.
Good to see you, everyone. We need your idea about the new
Bro, I feel like Cat with the Mustache always uses this scene. Like, it feels like every other video we see something about this scene.
For new Neo's support. The best one will be hired.
That is easy. This will break the game.
Normal summon Neos without tributing. Okay.
Bruh, get real. This is you how make Yubel playable.
Normal summon Yubel without tributing. Okay.
Impressive. Very nice. Damn, they are all trash.
Let's see our last candidate.
Normal summon Neos Yubel without tributing, transform Yubel into last form, add super poly to your hand, or Neos or something fusion related. He just gave up or something fusion related.
Bruh, look at this maniac. Not only you can summon Neos, but also Yubel, all with no tribute. On top of that, you can make it to Yubel level 12 for free. Isn't it cheating? And what with this super poly stuff? You're hired.
No, dude, it's a Duel Links video. I don't even know. So it actually does that. Miracle contact. Alright.
What the fuck? You tripping, bro. You tripping.
Thank you, Simon. You attack, you lose. It's that easy. What are you gonna do? Attack?
Stop.
Dude, this is not a real game. What do you mean? This is not a real game. This game is fake. It doesn't exist. It's just like a fan-made game just for fan service. There is no way people actually play this, right?
You violated the law.
Off to the hand.
I know it's for new fans. I'm joking.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
What does that mean? Okay. What is this?
What the? No. No, don't do it. No.
Back to Fortnite. I get it. This Epo, the boxing series? No, but like, what does it mean, right? Omnivore had crazy replay with a couple of months ago. Ah. Although it's funny seeing what can be meta in Duel Links. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I haven't played it yet, but every time that I see clips about it, I see like nonsensical stuff. But I guess it can be good, question mark, maybe, I don't know. The first encounter. Ah, I see. It's me, I am the fan that Duel Links is servicing. You, smiley face? Well, I don't know how the things going in this video. Me too. Oh, that's an iconic video too. You know what's the funny thing? I feel like I'm more familiar with the references from the editing than what is actually happening in the video. Where's Harpy's Feather Duster? Where's Raigeki when you need him, Konami?
I can't take this shit no more, man.
Banger reference. Having both of them in one? In one?
This needs to stop. Now.
Oh. Um. Did I see that name correctly? King of Anus. Yep. I didn't realize, but yeah, that's the name. Target one. Oh my god, I need to read these cards. Target one Elemental Hero Neo monster in your Elemental Hero Neos in your monster zone. Shuffle that Elemental Hero Neos into the deck, and if you do, destroy all cards on the field.
What?
He surrendered.
Wait till you see the. No.
Searchable Raigeki.
Fuck! I'm better.
Huh?
I am better.
Excuse me.
Fuck!
You're fucking dead.
Skip it up.
I feel like. Do you think this video would be funnier if I knew what was happening, or is it just like funny out of context? I don't know. Because I'm seeing it, I'm just looking at the absurdity of this. Like I'm just seeing like colors.
Nothing personal, kid.
Yeah. It's funnier with the context? Okay. I will learn the game and come back for this. Oh my god, the editing is crazy in this.
見えなかった。今のやつの攻撃の瞬間が。だが、今の攻撃予知はできた。俺には乗り換えられないことではない。なんだ、消し飛ばした時間が逆行しているのか。
What you're seeing is things that are garbage on TCG being good in Duel Links? Yeah. It looks so stupid.
Come on, baby! Come on! Yes! Come on!
Yes, the microwave! That's so funny. Dude, the editing is so good. I love the, what is this? This is the deck? This is the deck list. 20 cards. What? Is that actually the deck list? Is the deck list 20 cards? But doesn't that just mean that this game is like super consistent? Dude, I'm gonna play this just because of the music. Yeah, 20 cards at least, 30 is the max. Favorite Kaiteroid and you will see why it's so good. But I don't wanna. is it? I don't get it. Where's Kiteroid? Where is Kiteroid? Misclicked. Bruh. In the deck list? Was it in the deck list? I didn't see it. Oh yeah, it was in the deck list. Stupid, dude. During damage calculation, if your opponent monster attacks directly, quick effect, you can discard. You take no battle damage from that battle. During the damage calculation, if your opponent monster attacks directly, you can banish this card from the graveyard. You take no battle. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Okay, well, that's it. That's the Neo 2022 experience. I might play Duel Links, but because of the music, not because of the gameplay. I honestly think the gameplay seems like ass, but everything else seems good, so I'm gonna give it a chance. So yeah, see you next time. I will tell you a secret right now. Guess World. Look at this. You go to Pepper Wen's YGO channel, and you go to videos, and you go to popular, and you scroll down a little bit, and Blue Eyes 2025 experience. Light and Darkness Dragon 2025 experience. What? 2024. What else is here? Oh my god, first turn Tempai. Yeah, that's what you can do. You should click. You should go on there and subscribe. You should go there and subscribe. You know you want to. Yeah, that's it. Where's Watts? I already showed you, dude. There it is. Watts. What is what? Yeah. A lot of these are at least 1K more views. Probably. Anyways. Let's watch your 8, your WhatsApp. Oh my god. Right. We have more video by Jen.
I'm Jen TCG, and I've been playing card games ever since I was a child.
Oh dude. That's awesome. All right. I played Yu-Gi-Oh for a month. This game is hard. Let's watch.
Hey everyone, I'm Jen TCG, and I've been playing card games ever since I was a child. Over the last 20 years, I've played Pokemon, Magic, Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra, Riftbound, and even a bit of Star Wars Unlimited.
Well, this is someone who actually cares about TCG, right? That's awesome, because the previous video was about Jen getting from Pokemon into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I didn't know she was into more stuff like that. Or that
I've
much.
been learning Yu-Gi-Oh over the last month, and Yu-Gi-Oh has been by far the most challenging game I've ever tried to learn. Between needing to read a lot of complicated cards and figuring out how they all work together, it's been really tough to understand how to play the game's decks. But at the same time, it's also been extremely rewarding to learn too. I still smile whenever I execute a full Radiant Typhoon.
A full Radiant Typhoon combo?
Set up a board with 3 disruptions, all from a single Radiant Typhoon Swen. In this video, I wanted to talk about some of the things that I found especially difficult about learning Yu-Gi-Oh! From the challenge of learning new decks to the annoyance of learning random edge cases within the rules. And at the end of this video, I'll also share the things that have helped me out a ton with learning the game. So without further ado, let's get into what I struggled with the most this month.
Okay. When I was beginner friendly
I want to address some feedback I got after posting my last video. In that video, I expressed some sentiment that Yu-Gi-Oh! Lacked good new player products. A lot of you guys shared your thoughts on this. Some of you guys agreed with me, others disagreed, but overall there was a lot of good discussions that were had about this topic. After reading these YouTube comments and Twitter threads, I could boil most of them down into one of two arguments. They were either, what do you mean there's no good intro products? The legendary Modern Decks collection you talked about is our good intro product. Or it was, it's not really possible to make a deck that's both easy to play and meta-relevant in 2026. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Just doesn't work like that. And I want to address both.
Those are both valid, I think. Pepper, do you know about Celebrity Shadow Duelist yet? I don't know what that is. I play a bunch of cards with... I do wish more good products existed, and that will be coming soon. But with masterduel stuff would be better. I feel like there is no way to get like something like that is actually like easy. Easy? No. Everything is like less hard, but not easy. There is nothing like that. Legendary Modern Deck kind of thing for Masterduel would be good, but we have structured decks. We have structured decks.
Both of these arguments. The first argument, that the legendary Modern Decks are the good starter products, I both agree and disagree with. As I've stated,
I mean, they are starter because they are cheap, but they are not easy to play.
Before, I really like what the decks do as a product. They're a good product that new players should get if they want to start competing at a budget. But where I think they fall short is how new player friendly they actually are. These decks don't come with any sort of combo guide, any general strategy notes, or any direction at all really for a new player to use. From my own personal experience, I had to figure these decks out by manually reading all the cards in each deck and trying to remember them as best as I could.
That's not how you learn this, right? You look for guides or a coach. you don't do that. You don't even have to read the cards, you just need a coach. That's how you learn the game, and you cannot get that. Konami's not gonna give you a coach.
Then once I'd finished reading about a novel's worth of text, I had to go out and scour a bunch of information about the Mitsurugi and Sky Striker decks myself and hope whatever YouTube video I was watching was new player friendly enough for me to understand. This worked, and I'm familiar with some basic Mitsu and Sky Striker lines now, but there had to be a better way, right? When I've expressed this sentiment about the legendary Modern decks, I've had people tell me, well, you can't have an easy to play yet powerful deck. That's not how modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Works.
Yes.
My response to that argument is that I mostly agree. I'm not asking for the decks to be buy at the store and be back home and playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In 15 minutes levels of easy. I'm asking for Konami to have included some basic combo lines and strategies included in the decks so that new players like myself would have had some sort of direction to go off of. Maybe I wouldn't know every single Sky Striker line, but I could understand something simple like play Hornet Drones into Kagari, replay Hornet Drones and link it to equals 0 to have a quick effect.
YouTube videos will help. It will be better to have a tutorial built in. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's realistic. Tutorial built in, like in Masterduel, yes, maybe, but it will be always. It will always be outdated. It will never be like how you are meant to play it right now because it keeps evolving. We used to have that with combos. Yeah, combo of like someone, what was it? The White Wolf or something like that? And Raigeki. Was it that? I think it was something like that, right? It's not realistic. The structure decks used to include key cards and basic combo lines. Yeah. Raigeki Silver Wolf. Yeah. It actually is reasonably built in since you have the tactic try deck stuff to explain the decks. We don't have that in the TCG, only in the OCG. I mean, I guess we could have that. I guess that's something. I don't know what the product is exactly, so.
Effect destroy at my disposal. Then as I get better with the deck, I could piece together more advanced lines to play around with. I think at a broader level,
Sky Striker is being called simple is crazy. I mean, compared to our stuff, I guess it is kind of simple, right? If you compare Sky Striker with Yami, it seems simple, honestly, but it is not.
I think experienced Yu-Gi-Oh! Players have the sentiment that new players want the game to be easy, whereas from my perspective, I just want it to be digestible. I'm expecting the game to be difficult, that's why I got into the game in the first place. Without using outside resources, it's an extremely laborious exercise to try and play with 55 cards that all force you to read a paragraph just to understand how they work.
Understanding the opponent's deck? Okay, this is impossible. Understanding the opponent's deck is just impossible. That is not a realistic thing to do. Sadly, I don't think that. I think like that's the hardest part of Yu-Gi-Oh. You can know your deck left and right. You can memorize every single aspect of your deck, every single card, and every single combo line. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't understand the opponent's deck. And that's impossible to do. It only comes with time, right, and experience.
For me has felt like learning a fighting game. I had to first learn my deck strategies and combos in order to start playing the game, but to be truly successful I have to be understanding what my opponent is trying to do, right? I know this is something that mostly just comes with experience, but it's been a challenge getting to the point where I can understand what my opponent's game plan is and what I should do to try and stop it. My read on the game so far is that for the most part, most decks are built to have starters for their combos. These starters will then let you find extenders and then finishers while establishing disruption along the way.
Interesting. Wait, they already included QR codes to scan and download masterduel and Duel Links. Why can they include a guide? I guess they could, right? I guess they could. Combo, yes. Interactions, lol, no. Yeah, exactly. But like most new players didn't expect it to be Dark Souls level. Well, I feel like they should. I feel like they should. I feel like it's their fault. No, I'm just kidding. It's not their fault. Honestly, the fact that people can even remember a bunch of cards like staples and meta is just you go to play. Huh? That will take effort, Pyro, and the TCG is allergic to that. Bruh. And unlike a lot of TCG ban lists, it's so small that you can use so many cards. Yeah, that's true, right? Since every card is playable, basically every card is playable, there's no rotating format. You can always get surprised by stuff, right? It's not like, oh yeah, these are the only 4 decks, and you just learn the 4 of them, and that's it, right? There's a lot of stuff going on.
And so the counterplay is knowing what the opponent's important pieces are so you can stop them. Like for example, against Radiant Typhoon, you really want to use your disruption against the Radiant Typhoon Crocea, since that's the most important, impactful extender that they play. Makes sense in theory, right? Well, the problem once again comes down to reading cards. When I'm building and practicing my own decks, I can get familiar with my cards enough where I don't have to read their effects anymore. I can just recognize them by name or art.
Yep.
But when I play against a new deck at a local or on masterduel, once again I'm stopping to read every single card my opponent is playing. Now I'm figuring out, is this a key piece I can stop, or can I let this resolve? Or if like I'm going second and my opponent has a full board setup on their turn 1.
One thing that is important when people say, but just read the cards, it's impossible. Just reading the cards, if you read all the cards on the board, you don't get the idea of what is in the extra deck, what the opponent has in the hand, or like what can be summoned, what are the interactions that you don't see on board. So just reading doesn't matter. Reading doesn't matter. Dang. Inograph is easy for veterans despite how scary those boxes. There's no way. No one is reading that. Which is 1 and minus. Depending on what you play. I remember a lot of pro players hating that decks are so diverse now for pro play. Pros were happy when Kultun were becoming dominant because they can side stuff that is easier. People usually hate diverse meta. That's interesting. That's an interesting point. They need to make Source Soul too? No.
I have to look over every card they played and figure out what cards they have that can disrupt my turn. It's time consuming and I always feel bad for how long it takes me to read my opponent's cards. Having to learn my opponent's...
You just need to read the middle text parts for Inecraft. But how are you gonna know that if you're not like already like a good player, right? I mean, learning the opponent's deck is easier in paper. Anyone on locals can happily explain that. Well, I guess it depends, right? Some people will explain their own cards. You don't know what my card does? I will tell you, don't worry. Yeah, in Master you have to read them, right? But like where they also explain what's the game plan, I don't know, it depends. I don't think it's that simple.
Decks on the fly is a problem that can only be solved with game experience, really. So it's not a flaw of the game or anything. It's been a challenge, but I would run into the same issue if I was learning the meta of any other competitive game.
You have some
like
weird
I said
rules?
In the intro, I've played a ton of card games over the years, so I figured learning Yu-Gi-Oh's rules might be pretty simple, since I learned so many games rules already, and I've never really run into any trouble. Plenty of people would tell me things like, Yu-Gi-Oh is hard because you have to play on your opponent's turn, and your opponent can react to—
You don't want Master Duel to have voice chat. You don't need this to have voice chat. It's absurd to request voice chat in a game, in a 1v1 game. Voice chat only makes sense for teammates, between teammates. You don't need voice chat to interact with your opponent. You will only get called slurs the whole time. You know that. If you want voice chat, it's because you're the one who wants to call your opponent slurs, and that makes you a bad person. I wanna get called the N-word by 12-year-olds. Now that's messed up. That's messed up. Yes, but it was raised in the COD lobbies. Yeah, and look what it did to you. That's not good for you. That's not good for anyone. That's not good for anyone. I miss the old internet. No, you don't miss the old internet. You miss being 10 years old. That's all it is. Okay? Let's be serious here. Come on.
To all of your cards. But I'd figured, since I'd been playing Magic on and off for over a decade now, I could easily understand how Yu-Gi-Oh's version of the stack worked, right?
The what?
Maybe I was being naive, and I knew Magic's rules wouldn't translate over 1-to-1 to Yu-Gi-Oh, but I severely underestimated just how different Yu-Gi-Oh's chain is compared to Magic's stack.
Dude, the chain is so fun. 14, 15, 16. The chain is so fun. I love the chain.
In more and more games, I had to unlearn so many things about how I thought things would resolve or trigger, since the game used Yu-Gi-Oh's rules instead of Magic rules. For example, it took me so long to wrap my head around the fact that triggered abilities on monsters went on a new chain instead of on the current chain. In Magic, if an ability's trigger conditions are met, that ability goes on top of the stack, making it the next thing to resolve if no further responses are activated. For example—
I'm sorry. 603? Okay.
If you control a young pyromancer and you play a lightning bolt, the trigger to create a token immediately goes on the stack. It's too late for your opponent to try and destroy your young pyromancer and prevent the ability from triggering. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, if a trigger effect would trigger, the entire chain has to resolve and the trigger source must still exist in the correct zone in order for the effect to actually trigger. If you control a Radiant Typhoon Phonix, and you play a Mystical Space Typhoon, the Phonix trigger effect won't go on the chain until the entire chain resolves. Furthermore, your opponent can chain a removal spell like the Fallen and the Virtuous to your MST to kill the Phonix. And since after the chain resolves, Phonix is no longer in the field, you won't get its trigger effect to shuffle 2 of your opponent's cards back in.
Oh my god, that's so... I think she already got it. She already has it figured out. It's like, it's over. She's already a pro player. Like, I don't know. Most Yugi boomers still don't know that the chain exists. So I don't know.
Honestly, I sometimes wonder if having Magic knowledge beforehand was detrimental to me learning
I think it
Yu-Gi-Oh,
was.
since I had to unlearn how the stack worked as I was learning how the chain worked. There's some other weird rules too. Apparently if you get a ritual monster like Hapakiri from your deck into your graveyard, you can't just use an effect like Mitsurugi Prayers to cheat it out from the graveyard unless you originally tribute summoned it first. Nowhere on the cards does it say
yeah,
this.
that's not written anywhere.
To know, I guess. And don't even get me started about trigger effects that let you summon from hand. When playing Radiant Typhoon, one thing that would catch me off guard was if I had, say, a Crocea and a Phonix in hand, and I played a Radiant Typhoon Ascension, Master Duel would let me choose which one to summon off the triggered effect. But once I chose the first one, it wouldn't let me choose the second one. I was so confused. I looked over triggered effects and simultaneous effects go on chain rules, and nothing seemed to be preventing me from summoning both.
Well, you have to talk to someone. There is no other way. You have to talk to someone. You have to ask someone. There is no other way. You're not gonna find it reading. You just have to talk to someone. And I hate that. I hate that. I'm gonna be honest, I hate that. I wish I could just, you know, study and learn. But the fact that you have to talk to people is messed up.
Well, after a lot of Googling, I learned that there was this random rule called the Green Baboon Rule, named after Green Baboon, Defender of the Forest, that basically states that if you have multiple triggers that will let you special summon from the hand, you only get to summon one of them in that chain.
Huh? I didn't process anything there.
And this only applies to monsters in hand, mind you. I could do multiple monsters from grave at the same time, like Phonix and Vararoon, or one from hand and one from grave. But apparently there's a random exception for triggered effects from hand, and after talking to some friends about it, apparently it's ruled that way because... well, because Konami said so, I guess.
Sometimes it is like that. Sometimes just English works like that. Sometimes English just have exceptions for random words. It's so dumb. What's been helpful?
So with all these challenges I've had with learning Yu-Gi-Oh, what's helped the most with improving at the game? I wanted to share a few things that I've utilized over the past month that have been the most helpful for me. First, I want to talk about combo guides. I came into Yu-Gi-Oh! With a mindset of, I'll just play the decks a few times and get a feel for how everything works. That's how I played Magic and Pokemon, because both of these games are pretty easy to just pick up and play. But pretty quickly I realized that you can't really do that in Yu-Gi-Oh! This game is so much more combo-oriented that playing cards haphazardly would kind of be like playing Smash Bros. And hoping that button mashing would just win you games against tournament players.
Nope.
It just doesn't work. Eventually, a friend suggested to me that I should
It only works if you play Floodgates. This honestly can work, but if you're playing Floodgates, not with real decks.
Some combo trees for Radiant Typhoon. And I watched a couple of videos and learned some basic combo lines, and it helped me a ton to have a basic game plan going into each matchup. I learned how to consistently turn a single Radiant Typhoon Swen into a board of 2 negates and a graveyard monster shuffle effect. And once I got the hang of doing this basic combo, I could start freestyling a lot more by adding in extenders to find board breakers like Phonics, or monster negates like Varuroon.
That's exactly in every art form, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes is more art than science. In every art form, you first need to learn the basics, right? And then after you learn the basics, then you can start creating and freestyling your own stuff. Same with music, same with drawing, same with anything. So you cannot just expect to figure it out. I have a friend who is right now learning Yu-Gi-Oh! and she's trying to make her own combos. And I'm like, just look at the guide. There is a list of combos for this archetype. You don't, depending on your starting hand, you don't have to figure them out on the fly. That's why you lose every game because you run out of time, because you're trying to figure out the most optimal combo for just situation. Just look at the guide, and then you can freestyle after that. And then she's like, no, that's cheating. And I'm like, what do you mean it's cheating? The combos already exist. You just have to look at the guide and then you can improvise. But you need to learn the basics. Come on. There is no way. And yes, I know English is like that because it comes from inspiration from different languages or whatever. Yeah, people think that's cheating, learning stuff from others. Yeah, I can't believe it. People are already teaching. I'm not teaching because they don't want to learn. They just want to play the game. And then they are like, wait, but my monster cannot be destroyed. How do you destroy it? And I look at read. It says send to the graveyard. And it's like, yes, you destroyed it. And it cannot be destroyed. And it's like sending to the graveyard and destroying are different things. Yeah, well, I don't know. Some people just don't want to learn. What can I do?
The Vibrant Vortex. Another thing that's helped me with learning Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been the classic, have a friend there to help coach you through the game. Not everyone is going to have access to this, but having someone teach you the fundamentals of the game beyond, this is how you link summon as SP Little Knight can be super helpful. I know there's been a fair amount of discourse about this, but when I was looking for YouTube tutorials to learn how to play, most of them were heavily focused on the game rules themselves, and not about actually learning how to play the game at a competent level.
Yeah.
It's been extremely helpful for me to be able to bounce ideas off of my friends for what to do in different game situations.
Not everyone has friends. Okay. Let's be real. Let's be real here. That's true. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. That card doesn't say destroy. Sending a monster is different and returning flip are different from destroy. Yeah. I almost never go by combo guides. I've completely skipped all Orcus guides because they are either old. Oh, well, that's also a thing. Yeah, but you can get new ones. I would rather just throw myself against gold players until I have everything memorized enough to freestyle. Yeah. Especially in nerd hobbies. The thing is that they want you... Huh? The thing is that they want you... A what? I sorry, I don't know English. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I've hopped in Discord calls while playing Masterduel, and I've had friends observe my gameplay to give me pointers, and that's helped me see lines and understand concepts that I've not yet mastered for myself. It's also been nice to have people I can ask rules questions to if I'm confused as to why a specific interaction is happening. If you don't have any friends who play Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'd suggest the subreddit Yu-Gi-Oh! 101.
Alright. And I'm sure everyone in Yu-Gi-Oh! 101 are eager to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? And help new players. There is also Discord servers for that. If anyone is learning, you can always ask in my Discord server. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Nerds that want to help people learn Yu-Gi-Oh! So yeah. Okay.
As it's had answers to many of my rules questions as well. Ultimately, I think what's helped me improve the most has been just playing a lot of games.
Wow, who
I've
would
been
have
trying to play
guessed?
Master Duel every day, and the more I play, the more I learn how the game works and what strategies I should be using to win duels. I've used the fighting game analogy quite a lot, and practicing Yu-Gi-Oh! For me has felt a lot like grinding combos in training mode and getting
Interesting.
friendly games in with other players. And the more games I play, the more time it gives me for all the information to settle in my head. Learning Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been like drinking from the fire hose, and so I've needed time to absorb everything I've been taught.
Conclusion. But combo guides mean nothing when the combo is 30 steps long and ashable. Well, that's your fault. You need specific esoteric knowledge. Red does usually have that esoteric knowledge. Yes, 100%. Playing more make you better. Who have guessed? Yeah.
I've had a lot of fun learning and playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, but it's been pretty challenging at times too. The legendary modern decks I started out with aren't the hardest decks to play, but I would have loved to have had a bit more guidance included in the product itself. Once I practiced my decks enough to start playing against real players, having to spend a lot of time reading every single card my opponents played to try and piece together a plan to stop whatever they're going to throw at me was a huge mental load. Adding on to that challenge was the fact that there were so many edge and corner case rules that I came across that weren't the most intuitive at first. But I've gotten so much better over the last month. Using combo guides and help from friends has been immensely helpful to increase my
That's literally it. Look at the guides, talk to people. That's it. Remember, when's the next viewer duel? On Saturday. Always Saturday.
knowledge, and consistently practicing the game has done a ton to build up my skill. Just last weekend, I went 2-1 at a local with Radiant Typhoon, and the one match I lost was a double match loss versus Memento that I had a pretty decent shot at winning if we had more time to finish Game 3. My experience
But let's be honest, who knows what Memento does?
with Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been like climbing a mountain, and I feel like I've gotten to the point where I'm high enough to look down and only see a tiny speck where the journey started. Thank you for watching. If you liked this video, give it a like and a subscribe. The feedback to my last video was overwhelmingly positive, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about this video in the comments as well. If you want to chat with me, I'm very active on Twitter, link to my profile is in the description. I'm also setting a goal for myself to upload one video every month, so stay tuned for my next one. Until then, have a wonderful day.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Chad, if you can, go support Yen. Awesome creator. Came out of nowhere.
Month?
Came out of nowhere, and yeah. This is gonna be like our new staple. That's awesome. And all the points make sense. It's just like it's about like how we go about it, and obviously everyone is different, so everyone will have different experiences and different ways to deal with the hardships of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, honestly, it feels like a reason why Konami doesn't include more rules, because they want to force people to talk to people. There's no way that's what they want. There's no way that's what they want. I mean, who knows? Maybe it is, but I really doubt it. I really doubt it. That sounds like a too much of a novel thing, and I don't think that's why. I think like this is simply hard to do, but yeah. Let me know what's the hardest part for you in the comments about learning Yu-Gi-Oh! To me, it will always be knowing what the opponent is playing. To me, that's what makes it discouraging, because you can learn your deck, you can pick your favorite archetype from the anime and build a perfect deck and know what everything does, have the combo lines, understand how it works, and then you just play against someone playing something that you have never seen before, and you don't know what to do anymore. You suddenly forget how to play the game. So yeah, for me that's it. But let me know. Thank you. Maybe we'll get Master Rule 6 one day, probably. Yu-Gi-Oh! Red version, Yu-Gi-Oh! Blue version. Oh my god. Finding reason why Floodgate, the skill drain, and Shifter is still not banned. True. The Hellspire was learning there was good cards and staples. Oh, that's crazy. Who would have guessed? I think we have time for 2 more videos. So let's see. Oh, we already watched this one. Yeah, we have 2 more videos then. Alright, chat. We have consistency and card value and the 10 worst cards ever put on the forbidden list. Let's start with this one, consistency and card value.
It all comes down. It all comes down.
All right. Well, watch this one. Oh my god, you have this is from 3 days ago. You're so Yu-Gi-Oh pilled. More furry deck. Oh, I cannot wait for more furry. Furries are such sweet people. No, I agree. Love them. Consistency and card value by Bukoya. We saw the for hire video last time, and I'm really excited to see what they have to say now.
It all comes down to this. My opponent is unable to finish me off. I have constructed my deck to be as consistent as possible. This top deck shall swing the pendulum to my favor.
Swing the pendulum?
I draw.
It'd be like that.
I'm sure this experience is not unique to me, though it's quite unfortunate when it does happen. When you put a card into your deck, you have to consider many things before you slot them in. It's like cooking in a sense. You don't just want to put the best ingredients, but complementary ones as well. Hello, my name is Bukuya, fur hire enthusiast, and I would like
Oh no, that's a crazy intro.
to go over consistency and card value. I was going through my usual trial and error of testing out fur hire cards with other engines while playing around its restrictions. Around this time, K9 was the most prominent splash for our skyfaring friends. Alas, I always felt it was
K9
more like
fur
K9
hire?
carrying the fur hire, so I looked westward instead and saw potential in the GMX archetype. GMX is an archetype of a bunch of scientists experimenting with ways to become dinosaurs. Their main gimmick is the process of paying life points to successfully become dinos, or just perish from it. Whenever I build a deck with two different archetypes, there are certain rules that I tend to follow. Think of it like a checklist of some sort. They're not mandatory, and there's a high chance you can't tick every boxes. Do note this video has cards that's shown in both the TCG and OCG as of May 1st. GMX Fur Hire will be mainly what I'm talking about, but most of what I said can be applied somewhat generically.
Wait, this is another for hire video. This is another for hire video. I thought this was a more general thing, but this is literally a for hire video. What the hell? There is no way. We got tricked into watching another for hire video, I guess.
First, visualize what your end board looks like. Identify your archetype's win condition and weaknesses. For hire side, they want Folgo to be on the field while having either Dampa or the trap to trigger Folgo's effect while controlling 3 for hire names. Have Rex, Rafal, and Keel in the graveyard. Everything else is a bonus. Fur Hire has very good swarming and snowballing capabilities through drawing many cards while disrupting your opponents through pops, but kinda lacks the gas to get it started. For the GMX side, they want Velox to be the endworks piece. Evolve the Nina in the graveyard, while try to consistently not die to the GMX card life point cost. GMX can out-resource your opponent through their many means of recurring cards from graveyard or banishment, but lacks layered interruptions. Here's the archetype skeletons. To meet for a higher win condition, I choose 3 Rex, 3 Ride, 1 Beat, 1 Dampa, 1 Rafal, 1 Fandora, 1 Techniques, 2 Donners, 1 Keel, and 1 Folgo. To those who know the archetype might raise their eyebrows as there's a lack of other monsters and spells.
Yeah, what happened with the feed guy? Huh?
Or higher has. This is the first part of analyzing the cards. There is this weird push and pull factor of consistency and higher ceiling. You can make a better and more powerful end board at the cost of consistency and vice versa.
Sorry, out of topic, but the art is always so good. Like, it's such a few lines, right? The art is so simple, but it's so expressive, and it just gets the point across really cool, in a really cool way. I really love this art style.
There are other cards in for hire that would embody this concept. For example, Wiz can give you life point and is a spell trap negate. On paper, Wiz is able to offset GMX life point cost with her life point gain.
Uh-oh, it's 7 stars. You cannot summon this. It's a brick.
Though it doesn't really impact the game state all that much. Your opponent isn't going to tremble in fear over you gaining and losing life points. In addition, she has no self-summoning condition, so if you draw her, you cannot summon her unless you use your precious once per turn for higher summon effects. And it's not like her negate is guaranteed anyway. When it's sort of hoops you have to go through for a semi-reliable effect, it would be better if this was just a free bonus effect that you would just go through in your normal line. Dampa and Rafal, and in a sense, Rex rides our target Beat Foggo Fandora would be searching for anyways. So Wiz effect would have to contribute a lot more than them to make it to the list. In Fur Hire, there are only 2 cards that can search spell traps. Keel sets, Rex adds to hand. And when it comes to searching, you regularly would only play 1 single copy if it's searchable. Unfortunately, due to almost every single spell trap lineup being a quick play or trap card, Fandora is a must include with Keel, and it also serves as a bridge to Fur Hire. You can argue the trap might be a bit too slow, but I weighed it in with the other quick plays. Rookies has 2 functions, to dodge targeted interruptions and get another name from the deck, usually Beat. Since the first part of the reasoning to play Rookie happens rarely on the fact you would play only 1 copy of Rookie as a search target, you would want to play more copies of Rookies in order for the dodge to happen more often. But weighing on the fact Rookie is not a starter card, as it requires another body on field for its activation, makes having multiple
Chat, my brain is like melting right now. My brain is like melting right now. I'm sorry, but I feel like I don't know enough about For Hire in order to appreciate this video properly. So sorry if I'm a little quiet.
copies redundant, as well as Rookie effect is something Fandora can somewhat achieve already. As a result, I decided to cut Rookie. Whirlwind is a strong yet restrictive card. Not unlike Rookie, its value increases the more target it has, but the ratios I have for my deck if I were to use this card, I would essentially cut off half of my deck's playability. So, to the Shadow Realm it goes.
To the Shadow Realm.
Now, to the GMX side. Their part skeleton consists of 3 Salande, 2 Kimrich, 1 Salandia, 1 number 55, 1 Dino Deneen, 1 Evolve Deneen, 1 Velox, and 1 Alos. Salande has 2 Relevant effects, on normal summon to summon a non-warrior GMX or a level 3 or lower dino from your deck. And what do you know? Rex is a level 2 dino, so Salande value increases as you can shift from either GMX or Fur Hire depending on your hand. And if summoned by a monster effect, you can search a GMX spell trap, which our only target is Experiment number 55. Number 55 can summon a GMX fusion by excavating cards, paying 400 life point per flip until you hit the required fusion materials. This card is the most hit or miss part of the archetype, as it forces you to play a combination of GMX and dinosaur monsters. As stated before with Rookie,
GMX are not dinosaurs?
Decks with cards that increases redundancy. Luckily, Salande is an automatic 3-of because of its high value of searching and being the playmaker. That leaves 2 Kimrich and 1 Salandia. Kimrich's main purpose are 2 things. Because Kimrich can get number 55 from the graveyard as well, he acts as a second method of reusing number 55 in the following turn if Salande have already searched and used number 55. As well as the fact Kimrich will put himself back into the deck to increases your chance of success with the card. Here's also another fun fact. You can also increase your chance of success if you thin your deck out through the process of searching. Fur Hire having 6 dino, one of them being a starter, increases number 55 value, and tend to search out Beat,
Warrior,
Dampa,
Psychic,
Rafal.
Beast Warrior, Reptile.
Odds of exceeding of number 55 increases as well. 6 GMX cards, 6 Fur Hire dinos are good odds, but we can increase it further. Dino Deneen, while not technically a GMX, is one of those so-called one-off cards you have to play because it enables so much things. It's not exactly a Garnet, but it sometimes does feel like it. Dino Deneen's relevant effects read, if summoned by a monster effect, you can search a GMX monster, and while on the field, Ignition can polymorph.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this this is like a little random, but this guy doesn't look like a 1-star. It looks too big to be a 1-star. I don't know how else to put it.
Polarization, a Dino Fusion. Reading this card, one would be forgiven to think that these aren't particularly strong effects, but this card illustrates a perfect example of it's not the effect that makes it a high value card, but because of the cards surrounding it. Deneen meets the easiest requirement to be summoned by a monster effect of Miscellaneousaurus, in addition to being a core material for Evolve Deneen. Let me show you another example, and you can join me on this thought exercise. Can you think of a card that was never considered, or barely considered to be relevant, to be playable, but because of a certain archetype that revolve around a specific type and attribute, say Fiendsmith, this card skyrocketed and became basically an auto-include despite its mediocre effects? If you answered Fable Luri, Congratulations! Here's another example. This one I drew a comic for because I find it hilarious that Rex being a valid target.
Oh my god. Wow.
Example. This one I drew a comic for because I find it hilarious that Rex being a valid target for Salande, having power patron stats, being a level 2 for Sprite, and the exact same stat for Karibo Multiply. There are many cards like that that just so happen to be the perfect card for the right environment. Since the Neen is a level 1, Mystic itself fulfills the condition to kickstart the GMX plays. Evolve the Neen can search any GMX card and self-revive after a GMX excavate. Though due to GMX main deck monsters can already search one another, Salandia was added as the next best GMX main deck monster, as Salandia's effects make them not a dead card when you draw them since it can self-summon and has amazing bonus effects that synergize with both Fur Hire and GMX on recurring cards from the hand, graveyard, or banishment. Now we have 6 GMX monsters, 10 dinosaurs, a good ratio for number 55. Now let me go over one of the highest value cards in the deck, Fossil Dig. A non-once per turn Rhoda of a level 6 or lower dino. Every single dino in this deck are valid search targets for Fossil Dig, so this card can essentially become a starter or an extender of your choosing and will almost never become a dead card in your hand. GMX has other cards but will only mention the one I considered adding in, which was 55th Report, but felt I don't have enough search effect for it. Throughout the processes of building this deck and testing them against opponents, you will have to uncover the deck's weaknesses, how easy, how difficult it is for the deck to play under various conditions, and identify them and patch those holes. For example, on this list, the deck has 3 fusion monsters but only 2 fusion effects. I could play the aforementioned 55th Report, but I could also opt to play Proxy F Magicians, and sometimes it is unreliable for GMX card to trigger their monster summon effect. Cross Sheep and Promethean Princess are added for that reason. Proxy F also is a fire attribute to get over Princess's Lock, and can actually summon Kimrich from hand, though not every time. But the fact it can do that makes it a higher value card. Then another issue pops up. While GMX can bridge into Fur Hire couldn't, vice versa. GMX does not have any extra deck card that can access GMX without opening GMX cards first. If only there was a way to foolish Misk somehow. This card is the generic Link 5 Dark Machine that can foolish a monster from deck.
So how is this a dark machine exactly? This card is they're like puppets. Okay, I see. I didn't see the joints. They are dolls. This is messed up.
Extra deck to the graveyard, and is the perfect card for the bridge. And with that, you have 26 cards filled up with 14 non-engines to spare, while the extra deck is a little tight in 12 out of 15. In summary, if the card is easy to use, able to function on its own without needing other cards, is easy to be accessed or access other cards, and the more opportunity it managed to activate is when its value increases, and you should consider putting them into your deck. I am sure that there are holes in my theories, and there are still tons of cards I've overlooked that could have made it into the deck. Alas, I hope my thought processes helped you in some way when approaching deck building in Yu-Gi-Oh! If not, then at the very least, I hope you enjoy the video. It's very fun to go through Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and share what I know about them. I even made keychains of my favorite archetype. If it's to your liking, do visit Cat Stalkers and browse through at your leisure. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Merch. That was awesome. Cool video though. I don't think I understood much of it because I don't know these archetypes, but yeah. Last video of today. Last video for today.
The Forbidden and Limited list is
Chat. I'm too water peeled. I need more water. Give me a second. I'll be back really quick. for the last video. Hello, hello, hello. What else? Oh yeah, Mr. Clown. No, I don't think we have time for that today. We have to watch this one. It's very important. Sorry about that. Oh my god, what is this? Dude, my monitor is dying. No! Oh my god, hold on. Always happen. Okay. Okay. I didn't say anything for a while, my bad. No, it's fine. What? What the hell? Fine. No, my monitor is a different color. What the hell? What happened? Like the saturation is different. All right, let's watch. I almost clicked stop streaming instead of stop recording. All right, awesome. Has been fun hanging out. Okay, bye bye, Sherry. Rest well, rest well. Bye bye. Thank you for joining the stream. Very awesome. Very awesome. All right. Top 10 worst cards ever put on the Forbidden Unlimited list. Let's watch.
The Forbidden Unlimited list is designed to address powerful strategies or problematic cards. However, not every hit on the list makes sense. Sometimes Konami makes some strange decisions, and cards that really have no reason to be on the list end up getting the ban hammer. So today, we're going to look at the absolute weakest cards to ever touch the ban list.
This is very interesting because this is basically like predictions for what could get out of the ban list. Unless they are banned for loops, but I feel like loops, like to things that make the game like worse, basically. Because ban list doesn't only ban strong cards, but cards that make you like not play Yu-Gi-Oh, like waste time and stuff. So I think it's gonna be something like that.
And at number 10, we have the Green Gadget.
Shut up. There is no way the Green Gadget was banned. What?
This is a level 4 Earth machine with 1400 attack. It has the effect where, when it's summoned, you add a red gadget from your deck to your hand. Red gadget is another level 4 Earth machine which adds a yellow gadget from deck to hand on summon. And yellow is yet another level 4 Earth machine which closes the loop by adding a green gadget to hand. Now, before we go too much further, we should acknowledge these cards are actually pretty okay.
Wow, I never thought like this was actually like Forbidden or Limited. I never heard of this.
A loop of monsters that just constantly keep your
That's
hand
not a
full of
real
materials
loop.
isn't bad by any means, and they actually had a good amount of utility throughout the years. Getting so much extra material could make summoning monsters like Machina Fortress a lot more consistent. The reason this card is on this list is twofold. For one, there aren't that many completely terrible cards that have been on the ban list. Most of the cards that have been forbidden or limited before are, at the very least, good, even if they aren't completely game-breaking. A lot of the cards in this list are going to be hits to cards that are just okay, as opposed to hits to cards that are truly unplayable. However, the more interesting reason this card is on this list is that the actual hits Konami did to the engine were almost nonsensical. Rather than shutting down this engine by banning one of the gadgets, or actually slowing it down by limiting them, they simply semi-limited all 3 gadgets in the September.
Oh, I think this is fair. Like realistically, yeah, it's like win more. I think this is fair.
September 2007 ban list. This is a very strange decision, because it doesn't actually limit the power of gadgets very much. It seems Konami agreed because they quickly put the gadgets back to 3 after just a few months. Overall, this is one of the strangest decisions Konami ever made with the ban list, barely weakening the power of a group of cards that at the time weren't even that good. Machina Fortress wasn't even in the TCG yet, so people were just doing this to summon more 1400 attack monsters. So apparently, I was still paying for a gym membership that I stopped going to back in 2019.
I'm so sorry, I have to skip this.
Features with premium. And at number 9, we have Fiber Jar.
Fiber Jar? But this is a card that makes like this is a type of card that I mean. This is a card that makes everyone waste time, right? This is a waste of time. You play this because you hate Yu-Gi-Oh!
This is a level 3 plant flip monster with 500 attack and defense. It has the effect on flip where each player shuffles all cards in their hand, on their field, and in their graveyard into the deck, and then draws 5 cards.
Yeah, exactly. It resets the game. It's such a dumb card.
Fiber Jar is a take on the classic Morphing Jar, a card that's also spent some time on the ban list historically thanks to its application in so-called empty jar decks. Morphing Jar simply makes each player discard their hand and then draw a new hand of 5 cards, meaning that if you repeat this effect enough times, you can force your opponent to draw through their entire deck and win via deck out. Of course, Fiber Jar can't do this because it shuffles the opponent's graveyard back into their deck. In fact, there aren't that many use cases for the card at all. You can't set your hand before activating it since it reshuffles from the field as well, and there's no way to break the symmetry of the card, which kind of makes it feel like a waste of time. And
literally what I said.
Exactly the problem. Fiber Jar was
literally what I said. There are cards that are, it's not just this is good, it's just like a time waster.
Amazing at wasting both players' time during a duel. A single copy of Fiber Jar could stall a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! For a ton of turns thanks to the fact that it shuffles itself back into the deck with its own effect. This was both extremely annoying and a potential issue for tournament staff. The card would eventually be put higher and higher on the ban list to stop this from being too big of an issue. There's another
Said the person who play flip control in Dice Rally. Flip control? If you're referring to me, I was trying to farm the tokens. What I was doing in the Dice Rally, I was trying to get like the tokens for the level 19 proficiency test, if that's what you're referring to. So I was playing one card that when it's flip, it summons 4 tokens, right? I was doing it because I needed the tokens, because otherwise I'm just not gonna get that thing. So yeah, that's what I was doing. I don't think that counts.
Another card in a very similar situation, that being Self-Destruct Button. This trap lets you set both players' life points to 0, but only if your opponent has 7,000 more life points than you, resulting in a draw. This literally makes both players restart the game, unlike Fiber Jar, which just soft resets the game whenever it's flipped. At least with that.
Isn't Scapegoat bad? Yeah, but Scapegoat is an UR. I'm not crafting a UR for that. There is no way. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to craft a UR for a card that I would probably not draw. Obviously.
Banished cards still stay outside of the game. Neither of these cards are all that great, as neither of them actually pushed you forward in the game. But the potential to ruin players' days was a big enough problem to warrant action against them. And at number 8, we have Injection Fairy Lily. This is a
the hell? Was this part of an FTK? Probably. This was part of an FTK. This has to be part of an FTK, right?
Level 3 Earth Spellcaster with 400 attack and 1500 defense. It has the effect where, when this card attacks or is attacked, you may pay 2,000 life points. And if you do, it gains 3,000 attack for the rest of that battle. Lily is another card that's not bad by any means. It's a completely fine card.
Just go
However,
to TK?
It was severely overrated in the early days of the game. A normal summon that could best even the mighty Blue Eyes White Dragon by battle sounds amazing at first glance. But players quickly realized that it wasn't quite all it was cracked up to be.
Really?
There are other monsters that can do this job just as easily, but don't require a massive amount of life points to use. However, these cards also usually die in battle when they use their effects, so they can at most be 1-for-1 trades. You may think this would make Lily a far better card, but those life point costs do add up. In the early days of the game, using your life points as a resource was a much bigger deal. Cards like the Recruiters were good in large part because of how they protected your life points so that you could play cards like Solemn Judgment, or maybe get one more turn to try and draw your boss monster. Lily was powerful.
Life points don't matter until it does. Dinomorphia player right there.
But paying 6,000 life points to beat over 3 of your opponent's monsters, and then being dead to just about any normal summon in the game, didn't pan out as often as you'd think. The card was still good, mostly because it could be searched off of cards like Sangan, Witch of the Black Forest, and even Giant Rat. So playing a single copy of the card was usually correct. That's why it's so puzzling that the card was limited for some time. This card was limited to 1 all the way back from 2003 to 2007, even though it wasn't really something you'd want to play more than one copy of that entire time. While not a terrible card, Lily was vastly overestimated by both the players and Konami for many years. And at number 7, we have Book of Time.
Excuse me. Yeah, okay, this is what you mean, right? This is a card that also flip a face down monster face up. This is to like for because of the fiber jars, basically. Not the fiber jar. Well, also fiber jar, but the jars in general for flip monsters. Yeah, this is cringe. In Rush Duel, they have an injection failure Lily support. Really? Like a card that makes Lily paid cost change from 1,000 to 100. Ah, interesting, interesting. Even though life point matters back then and didn't use Solemn Judgment. Well. Rush Duel, she also has an archetype. Oh.
IU. This is a normal spell that flips target face-down monster into face-up attack position. There are technically a few different use cases for Taiyu, but the only thing players really used it for was flipping flip monsters early to get their effects. Flip monsters have always had very powerful effects, but waiting a full turn to activate them could often just be slow. Being able to force them to trigger immediately could often be the difference between winning and losing. However, the most important use of Taiyu was letting you use a flip monster's effect multiple times in one turn. We previously mentioned Empty Jar, the deck that would try to activate Morphing Jar multiple times in a single turn, and Book of Taiyu was one of the main ways this deck achieved its win condition. So you would imagine that this is why Book of Taiyu was limited, but that's not quite true. Book of Taiyu was limited before Book of Eclipse and A&D Changer were released, combo pieces that were integral to Empty Jar strategy. At the time the card was limited, Empty Jar had a much more difficult time trying to mill the opponent's entire deck in a single turn, usually having to rely on cards like Needleworm to provide extra mill, and even running cards like Waboku just to give them extra turns to pull off the combo. The card was eventually released from being limited, as Morphing Jar was also at 1, and the
I was surprised that Book of Taiyu is not a quick spell. It's weird, right? I always assumed it was, but then when I crafted for the to complete the token thing, I realized, wait, this is not a quick spell. That's weird.
Spread of Empty Jar was very low as a result. In some ways, limiting Book of Taiyu was simply Konami being overly cautious. Putting Morphing Jar to 1 copy was more than enough to stop this gimmicky FTK strategy from working most of the time. And at number 6, we have Drop Off. This is a normal.
What the hell is this? When your opponent draws for their When your opponent draws for their normal draw in their draw phase, your opponent discards 1 card they just drew. But it's not continuous. It's just one use.
Trap with the effect where, when the opponent draws a card, you can activate this card to make them discard that card. Drop Off is a strange card because it's mostly famous for causing a lot of issues with rulings, more so than actually having an impact on the game. For those of you who don't know, if you draw a card for turn and, like many players do, begin to shuffle it around in your hand, and then your opponent activates Drop Off, you have a big problem. You have to discard the card you just drew. But since you shuffled it into your hand, there's no way to know which card in your hand is the one you just drew. This would usually result in a judge call that would often lead to your disqualification. This was a notorious form of rule sharking, and one that was very difficult to resolve. You may think this is why they banned the card, similar to self-destruct buttons, but there's an issue with that theory. For one, the card was never banned, only limited to 1 copy, and it was unlimited pretty quickly afterwards. That would mean that this card would have to be limited for power level reasons, which seems quite unlikely. Sure, the card Time Seal was banned for several years, but Drop Off is a lot worse than Time Seal ever was, and that card was never even that powerful. Time Seal simply makes the opponent skip their next draw step, which could potentially leave an opponent in a Yada lock situation, where it's simply impossible for the opponent to even make any further game actions. It's an incredibly strange hit for a number of reasons, but I'm sure most judge staff would be happy for the card to stay limited. And at number 5, we have Twin-Headed Behemoth.
What? What? During the end phase, this card is sent. If this card is in the graveyard because it was destroyed on the field and sent there this turn. You can special summon this card, but its attack defense become 1,000. You can play this effect once per duel. Bro, what? This card is ass! What are you talking about? This card is absolute ass! Yeah, I remember this was banned when I was in elementary school. What the hell?
The level 3 Wind Dragon with 1500 attack and 1200 defense. It has the effect where, during the end phase, if this card was destroyed and sent to the graveyard this turn, you can special summon it, but its attack and defense become 1,000 each. However, you can only use this effect of Twin-Headed Behemoth once per duel. This card isn't all that powerful. In fact, it's somewhat weak overall. The Recruiters and other similar cards were just far better at punishing your opponent for destroying your cards. No one would have been playing Behemoth even back in the day. The card is notable for completely different reasons.
Okay, what is it?
As it was the first card in the game to have the once per duel restriction. There have been more since then, and resolving them is very simple nowadays. But there were a ton of unanswered ruling questions back then. You see, back in the day, it wasn't clear if this was a once per duel across all copies of the card, or once per individual copy of the card. This caused a lot of issues, because if it's the latter, and a copy of the card gets shuffled back into the deck somehow, it becomes impossible to track if you've already used that once per duel effect or not.
As a result
of this confusion, rather than simply issuing a ruling to clear this up, they limited the card to one copy, so you would always know if you use the once per duel effect on the card or not.
What? It's fodder for Mono. Even then it's bad. There is like so much better options, especially this is once per duel, right? No, but yeah, I get the confusion of like if it's like for each copy. I guess that makes sense. I think, I don't know.
Or not. This is a really silly solution, as letting each copy of the card bring itself back a single time could be much more easily done by giving the card the restriction of banishing itself when it leaves the field.
That makes way more sense. That makes way more sense. About to go to locals question, how would I play going second with Sky Striker and Mitsu deck? I don't know. I wish you luck, though. I wish you luck, because I actually don't know how to play that.
This was a completely avoidable problem, and at every turn, Konami took the least efficient solution to fixing the problem. And at number 4, we have Backup Soldier. This is a normal trap with the effect where, if there are 5 or more normal monsters in your graveyard, you can activate it to target up to 3 normal monsters in your grave with 1500 or less attack.
While there are 5 or more monsters in your graveyard, target up to 3 non-effect with... This is Exodia. This is just Exodia. Imagine the Exodia plays that you can do with this.
And return them to your hand. This is one of the strangest hits on the ban list, being semi-limited for about a year in the earliest days of the game. In case you're wondering, no, this card was never any good. Even in the absolute earliest days of the game, you had better monsters to be summoning than vanillas with less than 1500 attack. The best thing you could return to your hand with this were probably the pieces of Exodia, but even then, needing 5 normal monsters in your graveyard just makes even trying to activate the card...
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It says 5 or more monsters in your graveyard. Not all of them have to be normal monsters.
Far too unwieldy to be used in anything approaching a meaningful strategy. This is technically card advantage, but this may be one of the best examples as to why the cards you're adding to your hand is just as important as how many cards you're getting. A great counterpoint to this card is the spell Left Arm Offering. This normal spell lets you banish your entire hand, and if you banish at least 2 cards, you get to add any spell card from your deck to your hand. And you can't set spell or trap cards during the turn you use this card. Despite requiring you to use at least 2 cards in hand, the card saw a ton of play back in the day, thanks to being able to add that grass looks greener or similarly powerful cards from your deck to your hand. Grass made you mill cards until you had the same number of cards in your deck as your opponent.
What an insane card art, dude. So crazy. Left Arm Offering is insane. I feel like we have to use this for the next real fake card names, because this is insane.
And in a graveyard-focused deck, it was absolutely insane. Despite costing so many cards in hand, Left Arm Offering was worth it because it got you a card that was just that impactful on the game. A similar situation arises with more recent cards like Small World and 7th Tachyon. Searchers which require you to go down a card to activate, which still see a ton of play in certain
That sounds like a Matic
strategies,
card.
just because finding particular cards is that important for certain decks. With this information in mind, you can imagine why a card that fills your hand with useless garbage doesn't actually accomplish anything. And at number 3, we have Pestilence. This is an...
I've heard about this. Equip only to a warrior type, beast, warrior type, or spellcaster type. Its attack becomes 0 during each of your standby phases. Inflict 500 damage to the controller of the equipped monster. Bro, just tribute it. Just tribute it. What is this?
An equip spell which can only be equipped to a warrior, beast warrior, or spellcaster type monster. The equipped monster's attack becomes 0. And during the controller standby phase, you can inflict 500 damage to them.
500 damage.
Now, this is a bit of a strange card to ban. While there aren't that many equipped spells that function as removal, that's because there's no real need for them. There are a ton of normal and quick play spells you can use to interact with your opponent's board. Now, this does have the edge of not targeting, but there are a few cards that can do that if you really need to out something with targeting protection. Considering all of that, you can see why Pestilence just isn't worth running. Sure, it has an okay enough effect, but only applying to 3 types of monsters is a completely unnecessary downside. Even without this drawback, Pestilence wouldn't see any play outside of the playground. The thing is, this card wasn't banned for power level reasons, or for reasons relating to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. You see, Pestilence was banned during 2021.
I was like, no, there's no way. Okay. They waited until 2021? Why was this not banned in 2020, dude? If that was the reason. There is no way. There has to be a different reason. What? Come on! It's called
During
Pestilence.
a worldwide pandemic that you probably remember being a pretty big deal. So, in solidarity with the rest of the world during this trying time, Yu-Gi-Oh! Banned Pestilence as a means of spreading awareness about the pandemic.
Okay.
It's certainly one of the strangest reasons a card has been banned in the game, and something that we're very unlikely to see happen again. And at number 2, we have Dark Scorpion Chick the Yellow.
Oh, that's the guy. That's the guy. Yeah. When this card inflicts viral damage to the opponent, you can activate one of these effects. Target one card on the field, return it to the hand. Look at the top card of their deck, then return it to the top or bottom. Interesting.
This is a level 3 Dark Warrior with 1000 attack and defense. It has the effect where, when it inflicts battle damage to an opponent, you can target one card in the field and return it to the hand. Or look at the top card of the opponent's deck and either put it back on top or on the bottom of their deck. On its own, Chick the Yellow isn't that good. It's an okay monster, but having such a low attack removes most of the card's utility. It simply isn't going to be able to actually inflict damage to your opponent consistently enough against most monsters. However, Chick the Yellow did have a very problematic interaction with 2 other cards. Those being Call of the Haunted and Makura the Destructor. Call of the Haunted is a continuous trap which special summons a monster from your graveyard. But if this trap leaves the field, you destroy that monster. Or if that monster is destroyed, this trap is destroyed. Makura the Destructor was a monster with the effect where, if this goes from the field to the graveyard, you can activate trap cards from your hand this turn. This has been errata to only let you activate 1 card from your hand this turn, and this specific interaction is part of why this change had to be made. How this works is, on a turn when Makura is sent to the graveyard by any means, you would use Call of the Haunted to summon Chick the Yellow from your graveyard to the field. You would then attack, and if you inflict battle damage to your opponent, you would bounce your own Call of the Haunted back to your hand. This would cause Call of the Haunted to destroy Chick the Yellow. You could then activate Call of the Haunted during the battle step, resummon Chick the Yellow, and since it's now a new monster, it could attack directly again. This would let you repeat the loop and go for an OTK right then and there.
Interesting. Well, now this is fixed because they fix Makura, right? So, but I understand the idea.
This was deemed a problem, and Chick the Yellow was semi-limited as a result, which is very strange because that doesn't really do anything.
Why semi-limited?
The Destructor was straight up banned as well, which completely stops his loop from being able to be performed in the first place. This is also the only use case for Chick the Yellow. So semi-limiting the card after Makira's ban is completely unnecessary.
What?
Konami quickly realized this, as the card was soon unlimited again, but not before Dark Scorpion fans were forced to take out a copy of one of the team's members for no reason. And
they really need to make like retrains of those of the Dark Scorpions, not support. I feel like retrains is the best way to do things.
Number 1, we have emergency provision.
What the hell is this, dude? It just makes you gain LP, right? Send any number of other spell traps you control to the graveyard. Gain 1000 LP for each card sent to the graveyard this way.
This is a quick play spell with the effect where you send any number of your other spell and trap cards from your field to the graveyard, then gain 1000 life points for each card sent this way. Provisions is an incredibly weak card in the modern day.
It's like Droplet?
Life points simply don't matter, and there's really no time when sending your own spell and traps to the graveyard is a good play. However, back in the day, life points did matter a bit more, and there were a few combos you could do with a card. This was a time when cards like Mirage of Nightmare were floating around, giving you extremely powerful upsides, in the case letting you draw a ton of cards, with the downside of forcing you to discard at the start of your next standby phase. However, if you can get rid of the card, you didn't have to discard at all. Now, it was much better to get rid of the card with something like Mystical Space Typhoon, as that card had other uses as well. However, at the time where this combo existed, MST was actually limited to 1 copy. So you needed other ways to get rid of your Mirage of Nightmare. Somehow, Emergency Provisions was the next best option available. However, like many cards on this list, once the actual problem card was banned, everyone realized that having Emergency Provisions semi-limited was really silly, and the card was swiftly unlimited again. It did take Konami a while to do this though, and there was a time period where Provisions was semi-limited despite Mirage of Nightmare being banned already, because Konami either forgot or was actually scared of it for some reason. Regardless, Provisions is one of the weakest cards to ever grace the ban
Definitely
list
a weird
for any
card.
amount of time.
Interesting. Really cool video. I didn't know about most of these cards were limited. Like, that's so weird. I feel like the most surprising to me is Twin-Headed Behemoth. This is the most surprising to me because this card is like straight up bad. I don't know why it would be like, I don't know, but yeah, I understand the reasons for some of them. They were just like I said at the start of the video, right? It's not like they are like, they are problematic for rule sets basically, and to make loops and stuff. So yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. That's I think that's it. That's the video. Thank you so much, and yeah, let me know if maybe Mr. Dual Logs here missed one. I cannot think of anything right now. I feel like in Master Duel there are cards that are limited because of FTKs. No, self TKs, right? Self TKs, limited or banned, I think. But I don't know if that also applies to the TCG and OCG. But there is probably cards like that. So yeah. Alright, see you next time. Bye bye. Alright, chat, we're done here. We're done. We're gonna raid some. I don't think we can raid. No, I don't think we can raid. We raid now, we cannot raid. Dang it. Well, actually, maybe we can? Question mark. I feel like we have too few viewers to raid. Let me check. Is that a good idea? Oh. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it here. Alright, chat, thank you so much. I will see you on Wednesday. We have a collab with Crispy Applesauce and Moxie. We're gonna be playing the Structure Plus. Yeah, we're gonna be playing with structure decks and stuff. And then I'm gonna also let you know the rules for the next tournament. Yeah, it's happening, next tournament. So yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining, and I will see you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. 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 Bye.